morning. We're about to get started with the first event of the Murrow Symposium. Please make your way to the seats.
Introducing this keynote is Dean of the Murrow College of Communication, Bruce Pinkleton. During his time at WSU, Dr. Pinkleton has served as head of the Strategic Communication degree program, helping grow the unit into the largest in Murrow College. His research on health promotion, media literacy, and public affairs decision-making in the digital era has been funded by the National Institutes for Health, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, ABMRF, the Foundation for Alcohol Research, the Washington State Department of Health, and other organizations. Dr. Pinkleton's work has been published in Tier 1 journals in communication, health communication, and public health. As Dean, Dr. Pinkleton has established key areas of strategic emphasis for the Murrow College. These areas of emphasis are fostering student success, building collaborative partnerships, advancing excellence in research, and strengthening the internal foundation of the Murrow College. Please welcome Dr. Bruce Pinkleton.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Bruce Pinkleton, Dean of the Murrow College of Communication. Thank you for being here today. Very excited to get our second day of Symposium kicked off. Had a terrific day yesterday with the Professional Advisory Board meeting and time with Maria Hinojosa and the Alumni Association Book Club and a few other events. So this is a big day for us. I was noticing on my way in, I was hearing some news about somebody releasing a new album. Have you guys heard about this? A country album that's not quite a country album. It's like a... No, I'm not talking about Taylor Swift. Come on. Cowboy Carter, I think. Does that ring a bell? Yeah, all right. So I was thinking Cowboy Carter or the Murrow Symposium. What do you think is the most impactful? All right, I'm unbiased, and I'm going Murrow Symposium, all right? Okay. All right, so excited to have you here. We have a great lineup today. It is really exciting, actually. I have to say, I don't know of another communication college in the country that does what we do here. And so it's going to be a terrific day of events. We have keynotes, sessions, workshops, special panels. Please attend. We have professional advisory board members spread throughout the venue. If you see somebody you don't know, introduce yourself. Talk to them about who you are and what you're doing. Ask questions, get career advice. It's a great opportunity for each of us. I want to start today with a special recognition. We have some students here from Pullman High School, as a matter of fact. They're in Mr. Winchell's media and visual design courses. My daughter had Mr. Winchell, as a matter of fact, and she loved that class. And these students have received a National Student Production Award for live sporting event from the Foundation for the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. So our PHS students, will you guys stand for me? Right. Awesome. There we go. Super. Thank you so much. You can be seated. So they were chosen from more than 120 schools. Pretty impressive. So great. And welcome to Murrow College. You can just come on over when you're done at PHS, okay? All right. It's my pleasure to introduce you to our opening keynote speaker, Lisa Young. So Lisa is a 2002 Murrow graduate. She told us that one of her favorite memories was volunteering for sports production crew during a Cougar football game. She carried those parabolic mics, you know. It turns out they're heavy. So I wouldn't know, I've not carried one, but she's running the sideline, carrying that mic. She said by halftime, her arms were aching. So she can't even remember who the Cougars played, but she remembers how heavy that mic was. So after graduation, Lisa started her her career at an advertising agency in San Diego, a boutique firm. And since then, she worked her way back up to the Pacific Northwest, started with the Seahawks Partnerships Department, is now Vice President of Corporate Partnerships for the Seahawks. We have a lot of students interested in sports marketing, sports communication, sports journalism, so it's really a pleasure to have Lisa join us today. I should note that she also teaches at Seattle University in its Sports and Entertainment MBA program, and her talk today is called Perspective. So Lisa, come on up.
Thank you, Bruce. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? All right. I cannot tell you how excited I am to be here. I'm thrilled to be here. I am obviously a very proud graduate of the Edward R. Murrow School of Communication. So when I was asked to participate in Symposium, I definitely had a, are you sure? You want me to come talk? What am I going to talk about? Moment. For reference, Daniel Shore, an Emmy Award-winning journalist who covered world news for over half a century, had a number of awards throughout his career, was the honoree in 2002, the year I graduated. Look him up later, Daniel Shore. That being considered, this event is a big deal. It's a legacy event in our institution, in our industry, with celebrated speakers who you're going to hear a lot from today, award recipients. And so the thought of standing up here as just me in front of a few hundred people was thrilling and admittedly very intimidating as well. So I enthusiastically said yes, and then I thought, what will I share that can perhaps in some way, maybe just a little, inspire this audience as you, some of you, prepare for graduation and your professional careers. What stories do I have to tell that can illuminate how critical it is to have the most excellent communication skills that you've acquired at this institute, and more importantly, perspective, to successfully navigate the human experience both personally and professionally. And then I started a blank page, as we do, for a long time. And a few weeks passed, and it sort of hit me as I was flying down the slopes, the ski slopes with my family, perspective. Webster's, which is a dictionary, I don't know if it still exists, but it is a dictionary, defines perspective as the lens in which we perceive the world, shaping our understanding, our decisions, and our interactions. All of us have it. It's how we use it for good that can change our trajectories. I've had a career journey that I could have only dreamed of. I've been with the same organization for almost 20 years. I credit my career and my success to my parents, first and foremost, and to my WSU education. You are getting the best communication education in the country, if not the world. I'm the daughter of a German immigrant who became an American citizen and started his own communication firm and would introduce me early to the concept of hard work. His advice to me when I graduated was get the job and everything else will follow. And it did just that. I've also been very fortunate to have had supportive, strong leadership and teammates along the way. I'm often asked by both men and women how it feels to be a woman to work in a traditionally male-dominated industry, and I'm still very struck by this question because I recall very few moments where I felt the weight of that. Perhaps it's a little ignorance, or perhaps I just always believed that I belonged, regardless of my sex. Those few moments where I have felt my sex and industry intersect have stuck with me. And as a story a brief story I want to share, I was at a women's leadership event in Seattle a number of years ago, and Natalie Morales was the keynote speaker. And she asked, it was all women in attendance, she asked everyone to stand. And then she started asking questions like, and asked us to sit. So she said, if anyone was ever passed over for a promotion by a man, sit down. If anyone was ever passed over for a job for someone younger, to sit if anyone ever questioned about the way that they were dressed. And the list of inequities went on. And these questions were to illustrate the many women who've been perhaps impacted by gender bias. I remained standing. And I remember feeling so guilty that I did not have a reason to be called to sit. I was the only one in my row standing. I eventually sat. I don't recall for what, but I knew it wasn't true for me. What I realized was true for me, and that I recognized in that moment, is that I really had never thought twice about it, was that I had chosen, perhaps a little subconsciously, to be a part of communities where none of those things would have been tolerated. I've been empowered by incredible women and men, and it's important for me to acknowledge that in times where you hear more about negative experiences by women and others in the workplace. My perspective was that I belonged. That being said, another story, about 6 years ago, I was sitting at a Niall Horan concert. You guys know One Direction? Was this crowd of One Direction fans? Yeah, Niall Horan. Concert in Chicago with my boss and one of my mentors, Amy Sprangers. And we were the oldest people at this concert, sipping on cheap rosé in plastic cups and enjoying ourselves. And during the intermission, she leans over to me and says, you know, you're gonna run the department. You're gonna run the department next. And I literally looked at her and was like, what? I had another, what? Me? What are you talking about? And at that time, I had been overseeing what we call our activation team. So in sponsorship, you've got the sales side of the business, and then you have the activation side where the team is really bringing all those partnerships to life. And I was overseeing that side of the business. I was not really involved on the sales side. And, you know, I think I genuinely had like a stark look on my face. You know, so why was I so shocked that she said this to me? In our industry sponsorship specifically, leadership typically goes to men. And, you know, my boss, who's our chief revenue officer, she's one of, I think, 3 women in her role, and I'm one of maybe 4 in mine within the NFL. There's 32 teams, so that gives you a little bit of perspective. And I didn't have direct negotiation experience. I didn't believe that I had. So she looked at me, and she was very intentional when she said this, and she said something to the effect of, you know, you're selling every day. Whether you're sitting across a negotiation table talking numbers or not, you're selling. You're selling what our property, what in my case, the Seahawks, can do to drive business objectives. You're selling the team, the culture, the history. You are selling. And at that very moment, my entire perspective completely changed, and what I thought my capabilities could be. And that's when I really wanted more than anything for that job. I wanted to earn that job, to lead the department. And since about this time in 2021, I've been doing just that. And I'm definitely not done. One of my favorite quotes by an unknown, I am a lover of words, in part because of this institution, is that you don't come this far just to come this far. And I try to remember that with everything that I do and every effort that I put forward. It's important to illuminate mentors, moments, and stories that move us forward. Perspective is everything. The theme today is illuminating untold stories, which possess the transformative power to shine a light on overlooked perspectives, enriching our understanding of humanity and fostering empathy and connection across diverse experiences. So how do you challenge your perspective that maybe comes from assumptions? Ignite empathy, and together deepen our understanding of each other's experiences. We can do this by actively listening, questioning our own biases, seeking out new perspectives through conversation, education, experience. Igniting empathy requires us to look beyond our own boundaries, practicing compassion, engaging in conversations that cultivate connection, and getting uncomfortable. We can deepen our understanding of our experience here on this earth by being curious and committing to learn from each other's stories and different perspectives. So how do you tell a good story? Being a good storyteller involves several key elements, but not limited to. Being authentic, buzzword of today, being authentic. Sharing stories that are genuine and resonate with your own experiences and emotions. Engagement, capturing your audience through compelling narratives, vivid descriptions, maybe a few little voices here and there, and a relatable protagonist or situation. Clarity, delivering your story in a clear and concise manner so the audience can follow along. Emotion. Infuse your stories with emotion to evoke empathy and connection. Structure, which I think is the most important, and I'm sure all your professors would agree. The basics: have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Practice, prepare, seek feedback, edit constantly with the goal to always captivate and move your listeners or your audience. It's a dream of mine to be a paid storyteller someday, to write and publish a book. I have to continue to emphasize "and publish" when I say this out loud so that I don't get lazy with this big goal, big personal goal of mine. So in trying to accomplish this, I've been reading a lot of books about how to write. And I recently read Stephen King's book. It's called On Writing. I highly recommend it, whether you want to be a writer or not. I think it would support many of the principles that you are learning here in Edward R. Murrow as well. But he says throughout his book to write and talk about what you know and apply it to all things. So I've tried to apply that in my everyday communications, whether it's an email or a conversation or a story. I know how to communicate, and I know how to ski, so bringing those two things together. I often tell my husband, he's also a Coug, I could have been Lindsey Vonn if my parents had just pushed me a little bit harder. And he rolls his eyes almost every time, but I feel like he believes it could have been, potentially. Any skiers or snowboarders here? I think I heard some conversation here earlier. So I like to relate skiing to my day job. Skiing and negotiations, sponsorship, because I'm in a revenue generating role. They both require strategy, balance, adaptability. Just as skiers navigate terrain and obstacles, negotiators have to maneuver through various challenges, seeking mutually beneficial outcomes like not crashing or winning the race. Both pursuits involve assessing risk, making quick but thoughtful decisions, and adjusting tactics based on changing circumstances. Success often hinges on effective communication and maintaining control under pressure, problem solving. Whenever I'm in a challenging, so why am I talking about skiing? Whenever I'm in a challenging situation in my job, I try to think about, what I would do if I was on the slopes, if I'm on a double black diamond with no tracks and a lot of trees, and I imagine myself, how am I going to get through that? How am I going to get through that run without, crashing into a tree? Navigating down the run. So I imagine myself taking my time, dodging and weaving the trees with a smile on my face, and stopping at nothing to get to the bottom. Sometimes it takes a little more self-talk, may take a rest break to catch my breath. Sometimes it takes a few laughs, sometimes some wrong turns before you can course correct. But no matter how you get there, when you reach the bottom, it feels amazing. You've solved a problem. One of my most favorite life moments, besides having two awesome, beautiful future Coug children, was making it to the bottom of an out-of-bounds run at a little ski resort. I wouldn't even call it a resort. If any of you are familiar with Powder Mountain in Utah, has anybody ever been there before? It's not a resort, and I don't think there's any bathrooms. But if you're a skier, it's a special place. I highly recommend it. And my best friend and I went off. We thought, we're going to go off course with her two teenage sons, and they're like, follow my line. And so, she's on a snowboard, and we're behind them, and they take off, and we're kind of left in the dust. And it was so. I remember how quiet it was, and we're just thinking, how in the world are we going to get to the bottom? And the guy told us, look for the gully, and then there'll be the road, and you get on the bus and come back up. I mean, it was hilarious. And so we had to laugh our way to the bottom, and we took our time, and we both fell a lot in really deep snow, had to avoid a few tree wells, but we got to the bottom. And there's this picture, I have this picture, I should have brought it, of her and I. We took a selfie, and we were just laughing, covered in snow, just smiling, and it's one of my most favorite memories. But it stuck with me because we literally had to assess the risk, we had to stay upright, and we had to get to the bottom so that we could rejoin our families. Setbacks, we all have them, and I have had many. both on and off the slopes. But I believe that I'm still standing. I believe that I've had an almost 20-year career with the same organization because of how I've handled them. Accountability is also everything. One big mistake I made, I was thinking of funny stories I could share with this group, so this was a big mistake. It could have actually led to a monetary fine for our organization. It was about 11 or 12 years ago, and I got a call from our friends in PR that one of our players wanted to bring a bottle of Martinelli's, which is sparkling cider, if you don't know what it is, to his press conference to celebrate his contract extension. So I get this call, no one's around, and I said, yeah, absolutely, no problem. And I'm thinking in my brain, it's not alcohol, which you can't have at a press conference, and we don't have another sparkling cider partner, so there's no conflict. So great, go, good, do it. So the press conference happens, he pops this bottle of Martinelli's, and then we get a call. I get a call. We were not good. I was in such a hurry to answer the question and be the problem solver for our PR team that I failed to acknowledge that there was actually a policy in place that the only beverage that you could have on the press on the press conference table was a Gatorade product. So while we didn't have a sparkling cider and it wasn't alcohol, it wasn't a Gatorade product. So I got an earful. My heart sank, because it was a totally avoidable situation. What I learned several things from this. It's okay to take a moment to respond. It's okay if you don't know the answer and you need to go find the right answer. And it's okay to collect feedback. I work in a team environment a lot. This industry, most of your roles are going to be within a team environment, and that's intentional because no one person has all the answers. So what I should have done was consult a colleague, like, what am I not thinking of? What holes can I poke in this to make sure that we're okay? Being the first person to respond only matters if you're a first responder. It made me a more collaborative teammate. It also made me realize that I do not need to be the smartest person in the room. I don't need to be the first person to finish the test, if that sounds familiar. It's okay that I don't have all the answers all the time. As I wrap things up, a few words to the wise that I've collected along the way that I wanted to pass along. Come as you are. It's one of our organization's 12 principles, and it's a big one. It's probably the most important one. Your influence on others matters, no matter what role you're in. My boss, who I referenced earlier, often says, lead where you are. It doesn't matter if you're a vice president, a president, a manager, a coordinator, an intern. Lead from where you are, and your influence matters on all levels. It also matters to illuminate positive and collaborative work environments and supportive and strong leaders. There's too much negativity out there, and there's a lot of good work being done in my industry and others, and it's important to tell those stories. It's important to acknowledge those people. No job is ever without its challenges, obstacles, and setbacks. You will make mistakes, but it will be how you respond after that will determine your trajectory or determine how you get to the bottom of the run. Be vulnerable. It's okay to be vulnerable. And always be accountable. Say yes. Choose every time to go a little extra. As the 20-somethings say, be extra. Is that what they say? Be extra, right? Go extra. Even if you're scared. I was scared to come up here and talk, and I don't see anybody sleeping, so that's good. But being scared is okay. It'll give you a little adrenaline to move forward. Corporate diplomacy, which is a word I feel that I should trademark, is a skill that's learned through making mistakes and learning how to communicate along the way. Your internal relationships with your colleagues are just as, if not more important than your relationships with external, whether it's a partner or a vendor or whatever the relationship may be. Maintain your most excellent communication skills. Read, write every day. It's so important. Have self-awareness. Know who you are. If you don't know what an Enneagram is, I encourage you to figure out what your number is. I'm a number 3. Read color code. Malcolm Gladwell. I'm a connector. If anybody's read Malcolm Gladwell, that's my lane. But know who you are and know how you interact with others. It will help you communicate better, and it will help you pick up on other social cues as you navigate your professional and your personal lives. Don't apologize. Problem solve. Intentional dialogue and positioning will be a beacon. And you're going to learn so much. Depending on what year you are learning that, or you have learned that already from these incredible professors that you have. Say hello and smile to everyone. Everybody matters. Go for no, which is one of my favorite sayings. One of my dear friends, who's also a Coug and a really kick-ass saleswoman, I've adopted her mantra and shared it along the way. And if people trust you, you can ask them for things. And the worst they can say is no, because they trust you and they know where you're coming from. Build genuine relationships. In our industry, people buy stuff from people they like, people they trust, people that are genuine. Know your clients or your partners, know their partners' names, know their kids' names, know who their favorite team is, know if they're a cougar or a husky. It's important. Dress for the part that you want. It's important to dress for the part you want. It's okay to have notes. I've got lots. And it's important to understand that when you are working in a team environment, not all parties are going to have the same priority as you. And that's okay. All priorities are different. And I tell our team all the time, we're no one else, corporate partners, we're no one else's priority but our own, and that's okay, and it can all be true. Always have a copy of the latest AP style guide by your side, because grammar matters. It does. A comma can completely change the world. Don't forget that. And finally, one of my personal rules that I have broken, but I try to maintain, is never use more than 2 exclamation points in an email. Thank you. I don't think that's an actual AP rule, it's just my personal rule. Does anybody have any questions? I don't know anything about who we're drafting or any transactions, so don't ask me that.
Hi. Hi, my name is Kara Hawkins-Jedlicka. I am a professor here at the Murrow College of Communication, and my research deals with name, image, and likeness. So in your role, how much is name, image, and likeness impacting what you're seeing from collegiate players to athletes at the pro level, and how is it kind of changing what you do?
That's a really good question, and I'll be honest, it's evolving. We have not seen an impact from our perspective, but what we are seeing is more agents are reaching out proactively before players are even drafted to try and establish a relationship with our department, because they want to continue to cultivate those sponsorship relationships for the players, which isn't a space that I work in. Corporate partners is business relationships on behalf of the Seahawks. The players are completely separate, and sometimes they intersect, and most of the time they don't. So we're starting to see more conversation around how can that be a more collaborative environment. But it is interesting. There's a lot more endorsement deals coming around, which does pose some challenges for us, especially if we have a partner who's a player who's working with a brand that is not a team partner. There's some dynamics there that can be very challenging, but I hope that somebody figures out how to manage it, because it feels like it's a little bit of a runaway train.
I can go ahead and ask, yeah. So during your speech, you talked a lot about collaborating with teams and working with teams. What is your advice for working with a difficult team and having maybe a problem child, and how to kind of work through that together?
That's a great question, and that goes back to my corporate diplomacy is very important. Somebody, if anybody knows Mike Flood, he's a Coug. He's been with the Seahawks for a long time. And he asked me the other day, he was like, how are you feeling about your role and, what's going on? And I'm like, I feel like I'm a corporate diplomat. I have an excellent that being said, I have a really great relationship with my counterparts. However, everybody's priorities are different. And so I think it's really important to meet. So let's say it's a partnership and, PR coming together to collaborate and we don't see eye to eye. We have to kind of take a step back and understand what is PR's priorities? What are our priorities and how do we meet in the middle? It's negotiating. And sometimes it's not necessarily the outcome that you want, but you have to meet people where they are. You really do, and you have to ask questions and listen and be thoughtful. You can't come in a bowl in a china shop. It just doesn't work, especially in my space where corporate partners often comes with a little bit of a stigma of they're gonna sell anything and everybody else has to figure it out, and that's not how we function in our organization at all. But it is something that we have to overcome.
Okay, we're going. Hi, my name is Courtney Crabtree. I'm a Wazoo alumni. My question is, what would be your best advice for women in a male-dominated field? And what's something that you've learned from being a woman in a male-dominated field?
Don't acknowledge that you're the woman in a male-dominated field. Walk in confidently. Walk in like you know just as much as they do. And for me, and I took this advice from my boss too, and it's worked well for me. Don't just talk to talk. Don't contribute just to contribute because you're the only woman in the room. Listen and contribute when you have something meaningful to contribute. Being a quiet assassin, if you will, is more impactful than trying to compete with a room. So I always like to say, come as you are, be confident. It doesn't matter, man, woman, tenured or not. I'm also in an environment where there's a lot of tenure. And so I think it's just really important to come as you are and be confident. And it's hard. Sometimes it can be really deflating when you walk into a room and you're the only gal in the room, but I think it's actually really awesome. I like being the only girl in the room sometimes.
I have a quick question. I loved what you said about don't apologize, problem solve. And I was wondering if there was a specific moment that really came true for you, because I tend to be the one who's always apologizing as well.
Yeah, I can't recall the specific occurrence, but I'm an apologizer. I'm a people pleaser. I want everybody to be happy and having a good time and yay. And with that sometimes comes that, oh, I'm sorry if I made you mad, or I'm sorry if I did this wrong. And someone told me, and I don't remember who it was to be honest, but somebody told me along the way, like, you apologize too much. That's not a compliment. And I really sort of took a step back to evaluate, why am I apologizing? Is that just my intuitive reaction if I think I've made somebody mad? And I changed my mindset. Like, why? I will apologize if I've done something really awful, but generally I like to take the approach of, let's figure out a solution. We're in a business where we can't apologize to our partners because they could come back to us and say, we want you to prorate our partnership, and there's a revenue implication there. So I'm not saying not to admit when there's a fault, but to work around it and come up with meaningful solutions, and approaching everything with that problem-solving mindset versus like, oh, I screwed this up, I'm so sorry. It's, you know what, we made a mistake and here's how we're gonna fix it. I think it's all in how you position it. Anybody else? They're gonna make you work, Hannah.
Cardio for the day.
Hi, I'm Kelly Weber, and I am a senior here, graduating in May.
Yay,
Go
congrats.
risk and crisis communication. So I really appreciated you talking about vulnerability. And so would you be willing to share maybe a vulnerable position that you've been in that changed everything in a split second?
Oh man, that's a really good question. I'm sure there's been many. I think, so I would pair vulnerability and accountability kind of together. Actually, a recent, like I said, I make lots of mistakes. I do a lot of awesome things too, but I do make some mistakes. I recently, so we report, I'm in a revenue department, we report numbers all the time. And I didn't double check something and I sent the wrong figure and it went all the way up. And I was so mad at myself because again, it was something so avoidable. And I kind of had to be vulnerable and accountable in that moment and just say, I sent you the wrong information. It will not happen again. And it sucked, but I didn't get reprimanded for it. I wasn't chastised for it. And I think what my boss perhaps appreciated about that was, I made a mistake and I'm admitting it and it won't happen again. And it won't happen again. There's probably other examples that are more compelling, but that's probably the most recent thing. I think being vulnerable and being accountable kind of come together.
So you mentioned that you'd been with the organization for just over 20 years, 20 plus years?
20 years in February. I'm on my 20th season. We count in seasons.
That's amazing. That being said, I'm curious, because I think a lot of us are curious, especially if you're interested in going into a field similar to yours or working for an organization like the Seahawks. What did that journey look like for you, and what are some of the positions that some of these recent graduates and things can, look into or, kind of look for as they're entering the job market?
Yeah, I think, I've talked to a few students earlier today applying for internships. I think we have over 30 in a variety of different areas of our business, both on the football side and the business side. I think being willing to participate in an internship that maybe isn't necessarily what your end goal is, but it's a way to get in the organization and network and meet people. I think that's really important to consider, especially when you're seeking an internship. Similarly, with a full-time job as you're coming out of college, I started as a coordinator in our department, and I just kept saying yes. That's why I tell my best top advice is say yes. Even if it means you're working twice as long, you have to stay twice as long, you have to do things that are nowhere even remotely close to part of your job description, do it and say yes, because if you have good leadership in an organization, you will be rewarded for that at some point. And honestly, that is how I am standing here. I said yes to everything. I asked a lot of questions. I wanted to learn about things. People included me. I wasn't knocking on the door saying I wanted a promotion every 5 seconds. It was, I was patient and I was thoughtful with my approach on how I wanted my career to go. And I think it's really important that you have, people talk a lot about mentorship. Whether you have a formal mentor relationship or you've just identified somebody that you trust, that is a good thing, and that will help you. And staying neutral, I think, is really important too. Asking a lot of questions and doing a lot of listening. But I said yes to everything. Even to things, I remember they asked me to take on signage when somebody went out on maternity leave, and I'm like, I don't know anything about signage. I don't know about LED lights and, all these things that just totally not part of my world. I'm like, I can hold a Parab dish, but I don't know anything about signage. And I learned, and it actually helped me along the way because I established really strong relationships with our vendors. So, quick funny story, because I don't want to go over time. During the pandemic, we rebranded our building from CenturyLink Field to Lumen Field, and there's a sign in the end zone that was backlit, and we were watching from home because we weren't permitted to be in the building, and I could see during the pregame that one of the letters was out. And I had to call, and we called our signage partner and panicked, and we're like, kickoff's in 30 minutes, like the light's not working, like you gotta have it lit, because this was like our debut of Lumen Field. And we called them, and they went and they fixed it before kickoff. But if they didn't like us, if we didn't have that relationship, there's no way that would have gotten done. So I like to talk about my signage example because while it seems random, it's actually very relevant. So that was my very long-winded answer just to say yes. Yeah. Cool. Thank you so much for your time. Go Cougs!
All right, Lisa, that was terrific. Thank you so much. Appreciated that, and love the skiing analogy. I want everyone here to know I've had 5 surgeries. I've been in Pullman for 31 years. 5 surgeries, 4 of them related to skiing. Shoulder, elbow, knee. So there you go. My goal is to be able to walk into my 80s, so I'm starting to slow down just a little bit, but we should talk slopes at some point. Anyway, we have an outstanding symposium. It's a great way to get the symposium started today. Our panels are starting in just a few minutes. If you circulate, you'll see what's going on. We also have some posters in the back of the room. So take some time. There's coffee and stuff over there. There may be some more food over there. Find where you need to go and get there and be prepared to have a great day. Thank you, everyone. And where did they put it?
Yeah, that's kind of brutal.
Hi, everyone. Hello? Hello, everyone. We're going to ask everyone to be seated. Now, I'll introduce myself. I'm Anna Wheatley, the Director of Marketing for the Murrow College. And we're so happy to have everybody here with us today. We're going to ask you to be seated and introduce yourselves to the people at your table. And then we're going to take 10 minutes and just enjoy our lunches, and then we'll start our program at 12:20. Hello again, and welcome. I'm Anna Wheatley, the Marketing Director for the Murrow College. I want to thank you all for joining us today. This symposium brings us together its diversity of keynote addresses, professional panels, Hall of Achievement induction speakers, and other special events. It takes a dedicated team to bring the symposium together. Thank you, our Murrow Professional Advisory Board members, and all of our panelists, speakers, students, faculty, and staff for sharing your energy and expertise. We appreciate your contributions to the success of the symposium. You are Murrow in action. Before we begin, please silence your cell phones. If you feel the urge to post on social media, please feel free to do so and use the hashtag MurrowSymposium48. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our Dean, Bruce Pinkleton.
Thank you, Anna. Pardon me. It's my honor to be here this afternoon. And thanks to each of you who've joined us in person or virtually. I'd like to extend a special welcome to Marie Hinojosa. She's been outstanding all week long, and we are looking forward to her Lifetime Achievement Award speech this afternoon. Welcome to President Kirk Schultz, WSU's executive and academic leaders who've joined us, including Board of Regents members Enrique Serna, and I believe Brett Blankenship is here also. And a special welcome to Communication Professor Emeritus and former Mayor Johnson. Welcome, everyone. And while I'm thinking about it, I'd also like to thank the members of our Professional Advisory Board who joined us yesterday. We had an outstanding 4-hour meeting. It's very long, but very effective. We appreciate the way they are willing to help Murrow College. And we've had a number of outstanding panels today, this afternoon, and tomorrow as well. So excited for all that. So thank you so much. I'd like to offer a special welcome to 4 faculty members from the University of Novi Sad in Serbia who are visiting us as part of our international work, collaborating with professors and researchers there, and to members of our first class of Murrow News Fellows who joined us this afternoon. Welcome. For those of us affiliated with Murrow College, the Murrow Symposium is a momentous occasion. The result of hours of planning and support from a variety of donors and sponsors. I am grateful to all who contribute to Murrow College, making this and other events possible. Their support allows us to execute the Murrow Symposium at a high level and to keep this event free for our students and community members. Thank you very much. Please see your program to learn more about those who help support the Murrow Symposium. With their help, the students we educate are better prepared to launch their careers, to become leaders in their workplace and other organizations, and to better serve the needs of society. Thank you. There are many people, too many people to thank for making this event possible, but I am especially grateful to our Murrow College faculty and staff members. If you're a faculty or staff member, raise your hand real quick. Don't be shy. Awesome, thank you. And to our partners at Northwest Public Broadcasting, quick hand wave. There we go. All right. Outstanding. Thank you so much. I owe a special debt of gratitude to Anna Wheatley and members of her team. To Dean's office staff members, Tina Pinton and Lori Jordan. And to the Murrow Symposium production team led by Jeff Snell and Jeff Collier and Greg Mills. Thank you so much. And to the Chancellor's event team led by Sarah Bath. I'm indebted to our student services team led by Sarah Stout and to the Murrow student ambassadors and other student volunteers who help make the symposium possible. It's outstanding, so thank you so much for your contributions. Finally, I owe a special thank you to Stacy Hust, Ben Shores, April Johnson, and Doug Craybill, members of the Murrow College leadership team. Thank you so much. Journalism plays a critical role in the health of free societies by monitoring and tempering the influence of those in authority, by observing those in government, business, and other organizations professional excellence. We still reference his work today because of his courageous dedication to the truth. In seeking to tell the truth and fear no man, as he put it, Murrow established an ethical imperative for all of us. More than 70 years ago, Murrow said, "We hardly need to be reminded that we are living in an age of confusion. Opinions can be picked up cheap in the marketplace, while such commodities as courage and fortitude and faith are in alarmingly short supply." Remarkable words. Understanding and using the values practiced by Murrow makes a difference for each of us as individuals and as informed members of our society and world. The mission of the Murrow College of Communication is to teach and inspire students in keeping with the legacy of Edward R. Murrow. We do that today by honoring Maria Hinojosa with a Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Journalism. Here to present the award to Ms. Hinojosa is WSU's 11th president, Dr. Kirk Schultz. President Schultz is directing the WSU system into one of our nation's top public research universities, offering graduate and undergraduate students exceptional learning opportunities as part of an innovative educational experience. President Schultz.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for, it is afternoon, for coming out and supporting the Murrow Symposium. Before I get to my prepared remarks, I just want to take an opportunity to thank Bruce Pinkleton for his continuing great leadership of the Murrow College. So, Bruce, can you stand and please be recognized? Thank you. Members of a free society require truthful information to inform their self-governance and to function effectively in democracy. This depends on the work of journalists and other professional communicators who seek and report the truth. For decades, Murrow College faculty have recognized and honored the achievements of journalists and professional communicators at the Murrow Symposium. Murrow Award recipients have demonstrated a commitment to the ethical standards, courage, and professional excellence exemplified by Edward R. Murrow as he reported from Buchenwald during World War II, challenged the abuses of power by Senator Joseph McCarthy, and documented the plight of migratory farm workers in Harvest of Shame. Tonight, we honor a journalist who personifies Murrow's ethical courage and commitment to seeking and telling the truth by presenting Maria Hinojosa with a 2024 Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Journalism. Ms. Hinojosa has enjoyed a 40-year career as a journalist, often recounting the untold stories and experiences other journalists have overlooked. Her reporting for CBS, CNN, NPR, PBS, and other news organizations have brought critical issues and experiences to the forefront of public awareness. As the first Latina in many newsrooms, her storytelling has reflected an understanding of an personal encounter with an evolving American narrative. Her experiences have often led her to focus on the stories of our most vulnerable individuals. As a reporter, Ms. Hinojosa envisioned a media organization dedicated to independent, multimedia journalism, telling the stories of those living in an increasingly pluralistic country. She founded Futuro Media Group to tell these stories. It thrives today producing award-winning programming that informs and educates audience members concerning the often complex topics present in our interconnected yet contrasting world. Ms. Hinojosa has received numerous awards for her work. She is anchor and executive producer of the Peabody Award-winning show Latino USA, and has received Pulitzer Prize for her highly regarded podcast series, Suave, about juvenile incarceration and resilience. She has received 4 Emmy Awards, 2 Robert F. Kennedy Awards, the Ruben Salazar Lifetime Achievement Award, and she's written 4 books. She reminds us that fact-based journalism, the kind of journalism pioneered and practiced by Edward R. Murrow, requires no explanation or defense. Her dedication to ethics and truthful storytelling inspires confidence and trust. How appropriate that we recognize Maria Hinojosa during this year's symposium when the theme is Illuminate, the Power of Untold Stories. Please join me in watching this tribute.
Focused, relentless, and committed. That's who Maria is.
Maria is all about truth. She's all about honesty. She's all about good reporting and facts. And that's what makes her a good journalist.
Ever since I've known you, Maria, your commitment to excellence has always been clear. I would describe you as energetically relentless with a heart.
Maria Hinojosa, what an incredibly dynamic journalist, dynamic human being. Maria is a reporter's reporter, dogged, fearless, always asking the toughest questions, but also incredibly compassionate. People want to talk to Maria.
Maria is the person who always is finding the person who nobody else wants to talk to. She's always ferreting out like this really interesting story that everybody else has missed.
By humanizing a character in her stories, it brings it home. It makes people empathize more. It makes people understand a little bit better what they're going through.
If the storytelling goes to the victor, you realize that often, you can miss out on giant chunks of history if we just ignore a large portion of the population that is there and has a role and has stories to tell, but just don't have access to the microphone. And I think what Maria does is give people access to that microphone.
In the Latino community, we're about 65 million, and we have gone from small numbers to big numbers to a little bit of power. And Maria has that power. She speaks for us. She represents us.
She's dedicated her life and her journalistic skills to seeking the truth, to denounce injustice, to uncover corruption, and telling Latino stories. And that's what being a journalist is all about.
Maria's focus on telling stories other journalists have typically overlooked, highlighting oft-ignored populations, is an approach my dad would have truly admired.
It was Edward R. Murrow who once said that to be persuasive, we must be believable. To be believable, we must be credible. And to be credible, we must be truthful. Maria exudes credibility and truth. She has brought the light to hundreds of stories by going there right to the source.
And if there's not a platform where she felt her work would be embraced and respected, she created her own platform.
She created her own company to be able to tell the stories that we often overlook, but important stories. I mean, she won a Pulitzer along with others, telling the story of a fellow that had been in the criminal justice system and, created this relationship to be able to tell this great story and to follow him and to understand what it's like to be in the system and to be just, overlooked.
Some might say that she's the voice of the voiceless, but when you think about it, there's no voiceless, everyone has a voice. So in reality, what she has done is create a platform where those who feel voiceless can tell their stories. And I think that is very powerful.
It's important to show other people who want to do these kinds of stories that you can be successful. It's important to show them that these stories can be well told. They don't have to be cliches. They don't have to be written by somebody who doesn't have compassion for people and a community. And you can win a lot. Awards, ratings, you can win. And I think it's really hard to do all of those things simultaneously. And she manages to do all of those things.
Maria has never forgotten where she came from. That's why she's such a role model to so many young journalists of color. She was once one of them.
I like how Maria pronounces her name. It is Maria Hinojosa from Mexico City, just like me. And when she pronounces her name, she's telling us where she's coming from, that she's an immigrant, and also that she speaks for all of us.
We have to constantly reintroduce ourselves, and we have to constantly remind America that we are Americans too, and that we are a very integral part of this society.
We have Maria Hinojosa, and sometimes that's more than enough. Her voice is being heard, fuerte, everywhere.
Oh, and on a side note, she'll never back down from belting out a Mexican ballad with mariachis or from downing a celebratory shot of tequila. So here's to you, Maria Hinojosa. As we say in Spanish, estamos muy orgullosos. We are so very proud of you.
I'm so glad you're being so deservedly honored, Maria. Congratulations.
I send you my heartfelt congratulations. Thank you for all the ways you have helped to bring urgent stories to the public.
You are the person who's really been kicking down doors and then ushering everybody else through them for such a long time. This is so well deserved. We're so proud of you and so excited for you.
You deserve this accolade and all the accolades that you receive for your unwavering commitment to your mission. I, as a friend, as a Latina, as a fellow journalist, I'm very proud of you.
Maria es una más chingona. Translates into Maria is a badass. So congratulations. I'm so happy for you, and hey, vamos Cougs.
In recognition of her decades of insightful reporting, which has made her one of the world's most influential journalists, we are honored to present Maria Hinojosa with the 2024 Edward R. Murrow College of Communication Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Journalism. Let's go ahead.
Know I'm a weightlifter too. Oh my God, that's not fair. That is not fair, Bruce, what you just did. That is not fair because I didn't know that that was going to happen. So now I'm a good Mexican, so I'm in tears now. So that's that what? That was really beautiful. So I'm catching my breath because I was not expecting that. I mean, I haven't seen Christiana Amanpour in so long, and I know how busy she is, especially in this moment. So for her and for Soledad and Maria Elena Salinas and Jorge Ramos, just like, wow. So I'm going to control my emotions. Although there has been some crying. And you know what? I don't think I ever don't know if Edward R. Murrow ever cried on camera, but certainly Walter Cronkite did. And actually, I think that tears for journalists are really important. One, that we show them that we're not afraid, but also they help us heal. And also they show, like, yeah, we're human. And part of why I'm having this moment is because actually I've been seeing a lot of really crazy stuff, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. And it's a lot of trauma that's happening in our country. But as journalists, we understand why we do what we do. We go there to see and to witness. But I'm starting my speech without first saying my thank yous. So thank you, President. Thank you, Dean. Bruce, who's now just Bruce to me. Thank you to everybody involved. Enrique, thank you so much for all of your work as a journalist and now as a regent, and for bringing me here to your alma mater. To Musfira Khan, and especially to her parents, Shahana and Iftikhar Khan, who made the right decision by moving from Pakistan to here, to New York, and then to the Seattle area, to Redmond, to open a restaurant, to have big dreams, and then to send their daughter here. And Musfira has been my guide, and she's been so much fun. And I've just been telling her, you know, Musfira, you're going to totally be a great journalist. It's going to happen for you, Musfira. And then, just this morning, while we were having breakfast with the fellows, congratulations to all the fellows, suddenly I get a text about being on MSNBC tonight. I didn't even bring my laptop. So I turned to Musfira and I said, hey, Musfira, how do you feel about producing a live shot for MSNBC tonight? And Musfira said, I've never produced anything. And I'm like, well, actually, you've produced a hell of a lot already. You're already here. You're with me. You're by my side. She's been my guide. She fixed my hair. She told me about my outfits. She made sure that I ate. And we talked politics and journalism throughout. So, Musfira, yes, you got it. You got it. And tonight, set your clocks or watch your TV, because I will be on tonight at 5:15 local time on Chris Hayes on MSNBC. And, and you know, I don't think it's by chance that's happening tonight. I told the students, the fellows, it's very often that these kinds of requests to be on cable news, especially in prime time, will be canceled. I told everybody this morning, I was like, this is adorable. They just texted me. They want me on tonight. But by the way, it's not going to happen. They're going to cancel. They didn't cancel. And it's happening tonight. And to me, it's actually yet one more sign that my guy, Eddie, as I call him, no, with so much respect to my dear Edward R. Murrow, who is a godfather to me, I don't think it's by chance that he's making his movements up here and just said, you know, Maria, you're going to win your Murrow today, and I'm going to have you appear on national television, and I'm going to be in the background. Because we're going to do the live shot from the dean's office with Murrow in the background, and I'll be able to reference being here on this campus with all of you. And so hold on, let's see, I just got a message. Let's see, did they cancel? Oh, okay, no, the segment has moved to 5:45 p.m. Okay, so we're still on. Just 5:45, so we're still on, everybody. Now it's not 5:15, it's 5:45. So the beauty of this award, and again, thank you to Murrow College and to the university for this recognition and for bringing me out here. And now a few remarks about the work of journalism. So as journalists, we make history, we document history, but our understanding as journalists of our historical connection to our work and our profession is really essential. And I've been talking about this a lot with the students. In other words, you need to understand, why are you doing this? What is the reason why you want to be a journalist? What is the calling? What is the mission? And we have to know this because there will be a lot of trials and tribulations for us as journalists, and there's no better example of that than my guy Eddie. The trials and tribulations that he lived through that were documented, right, that we see, that he wrote about, that we witnessed in Hollywood films like Good Night and Good Luck, that was really a very important part of my understanding of my historical role in this country. But it was after seeing Good Night and Good Luck when I read a book that is a seminal book called News for All the People, written by the great journalist Juan Gonzalez. And it was in that book that I realized, because the book is about the trajectory of journalists of color in the United States. And that's when I realized that my first godfather of journalism is actually Frederick Douglass. And that connection, understanding that we in the United States of America have a particular responsibility to the kind of journalism, what I call journalists of conscience. As you know, Frederick Douglass was born into slavery. By the way, quick little lesson. Oh, I'm looking for the water here. Sorry. Quick little lesson. I never use the word slave. That is a dehumanizing term. You know, when people say 5,000 slaves or this person a slave, it's a person who was born into slavery. It's a person who was enslaved. It's not just a slave. But anyway, Frederick Douglass was born into slavery, and he has this thing that we have as journalists. He's like, I want to be a journalist. I want to be a writer. I want to be a publisher. And he made it happen. So whenever I face my most difficult moments, and I'm going to share with you some of them that have been happening recently, I always turn to Frederick Douglass, because there's nothing that I'm facing that could be compared to any kind of challenge that he faced. And it helps me, right? It helps me pick myself up and do this work. And Frederick Douglass, when I understood that I'm part of that arc of journalists of conscience, that began to unlock the other journalists who I'm tied to, who you are tied to, who we are tied to, right? Jovita Idar. And if you're saying, what did she just say? The name, Jovita Idar. Jovita Idar, I-D-A-R. Jovita Idar, I just found out about her in the last 5 years, and Jovita Idar was like me at the turn of the century. When they came to close her newspaper down, because this is a newspaper that was a bilingual newspaper run out of El Paso and Juarez, but she's a U.S. citizen. And when she criticized the president, the Texas Rangers came to shut her company down, her little newspaper down. And she fought back, literally with her body, like me. That's why I talk about being a boxer and a weightlifter, because, we're small, but yeah, we're mighty. So Jovita Idar also is part of this great arc of journalists of conscience. But Frederick Douglass was labeled as un-American. Jovita Idar, they came to shut down her paper, labeled as un-American, unpatriotic. Ida B. Wells, also born into slavery, became a free woman and a great journalist from Mississippi and then Chicago. And when Ida B. Wells wanted to cover lynchings that were happening in our country, and she said, this is not normal. A lynching is not normal. And she would say in the newsroom, we have to cover this. And she was told, why, Ida B. Wells, are you so unpatriotic? Why do you want to cover lynchings? That's not a story. Don't be so un-American. So there's a theme here, right? Edward R. Murrow was labeled as untrustworthy, as a communist sympathizer. His reputation was questioned and called un-American. What is this about us as journalists that because we question, because we love our country and our freedom of expression so much that we're prepared to challenge with any question that we are labeled un-American? And the thing is that, I was not born in this country. I was born in Mexico City. And so I had to actually choose to become an American citizen. And so these labels of being un-American are very, very personal to me. And I'm going to tell you a very quick story that actually was brought up yesterday in the classroom with the students. Or no, it was with the Alumni Association of the university that chose my book, Once I Was You, as their book to read. And someone, Johanna, asked me about what happened with my mom when we arrived in this country. And I don't have time to tell the whole story, but essentially, when my mom came to the United States with privilege, with a green card, with the 4 kids, to meet my dad, who was now at the University of Chicago, the immigration agent, when we flew from Mexico City to Dallas and then Dallas to Chicago, my dad was at the University of Chicago, the immigration agent wanted to take me from my mom. He said that I had a rash and that I had to be put into quarantine and that my mom could just continue on her way to Chicago, but that they had to leave me. The immigration agent said, you can just leave her with us. We're going to keep her. Many years later, in 2017, when a journalist from ProPublica recorded from a whistleblower the sounds of the babies and children who were in the cages, and we heard their voices crying and screaming for their parents, my mom called me, and she was crying, and I understood. We were all upset by what we were hearing, that this country had come up with a policy to take children away from their parents as a form of punishment. And my mom was like very upset, and I said, no, I understand, Mom, this is very upsetting. And she was like, no, mijita, you're not understanding. The reason why I'm upset is because I realize now, she said, those mothers who are suffering because their children were taken away, that could have been me. And those babies in those cages, that could have been you. That is almost what happened to us with the immigration agent at the airport in Dallas. And in that moment, my mom, in her 80s, felt the trauma of what had almost happened to her and to me. And in that moment, in an airport on the phone with my mom, her in tears, now me in tears, is when I realized why I do what I do. It was like the trauma that I felt in that moment when the agent almost took me was alive, and why I understood why I was a journalist who, among other things, is committed to covering the story of immigrants and immigration, because I am one, but because I lived through that. And honestly, I know that Edward R. Murrow would be so upset at the point that still, in the year 2024, the same immigrants who he was defending in his work, labeling them, talking about them, seeing them, putting them on television in the harvest of shame, that he would be so horrified that here we are in a moment when people think that every problem in our country is because of immigrants. How did this happen? For me, all of this has led me to understand my sense of responsibility. I've talked about that as well, how when we understand the privilege that we have, and all of us in this room, not to say that life is easy, not to say we're not facing financial challenges, emotional challenges, personal challenges, but all of us in this room have privilege. And so therefore, we have responsibility. And when I understood that as the first Latina in all of the newsrooms that I worked in, that's what gave me the clarity of mission. I have privilege, therefore I have responsibility. And you know what? Murrow completely understood this, especially because he was the son of loggers in this state, right? So he had this understanding, the class analysis. You know, that vision that we have of Murrow all dressed up, looking really fly with his outfit. But you know, Bruce told me he was logging in the summertime to make ends meet. So his understanding of class and privilege was essential to his work as a journalist. By the way, I'm proud to say that before my first job as a journalist, I was a proud waitress. And all my time as a journalist, when I was like, oh my God, I could lose my job, I would always be, but I can always go back to waiting tables. It's a decent job. That understanding of our privilege allows us to understand the responsibility to not be silent. And as you know, because I've talked about this and because of our dear Edward R. Murrow, there are not two sides to every story. In fact, on Saturday Night Live, public television was even roasted, is that? Yeah, roasted, made fun of, right? They had a Saturday Night Live skit about PBS NewsHour, and they were like, tonight, the pros and cons of cannibalism. No. Are there really two sides to caging children? Are there really two sides to a policy that says we are going to take your children away from you? How do we manage this two sides, both sidesism, when people are battling over basic facts? The question of subjectivity. I'm very clear that we as journalists, what you're learning, what we have in our bodies, in our psyche, is the importance of being fair. But objectivity? I mean, we'd have to be calling on Godfather Edward R. Murrow all the time, because he would be considered the god of objectivity. Oyeme, Eddie, what do you think about this? Can we do this? Is this objective enough for you? You know, let's get in touch with Edward. Edward, is this objective? Like, there is no god of objectivity. And Edward R. Murrow would have said himself that in fact, he admitted he knew he had biases. But our responsibility as journalists is to not only be aware of those biases, but to be fair, and to be truthful, and transparent. Because at this point, what's happened in our country with the level of dehumanization, specifically around immigrants and refugees, is that now we have a law on the conversation in the state of Texas is basically, so what do you think, guys? Is it okay to shoot to kill an undocumented immigrant, or in their language, an illegal alien? Are we really debating this in our country? So as journalists, we have to trust our gut in terms of our moral compass and our values, which is what Murrow always did. In fact, watching the movie Good Night and Good Luck, he was checking Paley's privilege because he understood that essential to us was to keep our privilege in check and not letting our privilege cloud our subjectivity, right? So I've asked the students a lot to understand why they're doing this work, why they study this, because oftentimes it will go all the way back to our childhoods, which is what happened with me. I grew up fascinated by television, but completely invisible from television. Watching very closely the correspondents like Dan Rather, who clearly was fearless in his coverage of the Vietnam War, but then connecting with Ed Bradley, the first black correspondent at CBS News, first black correspondent for 60 Minutes. There was something about Ed Bradley that let me know he had heart as a journalist. I never believed that I was good enough to be a journalist because I never saw myself reflected anywhere, so that was not me working at the high school newspaper. I did want to be an actor, so I was doing high school theater, but not high school newspaper. In college, I did radio, and it was only because of my college career counselor who forced me to apply to the internship for NPR that I did it, because I didn't believe I was good enough. That's what invisibility can lead to. If you don't see yourself, then you believe you're invisible and you believe that you're not good enough. And in fact, as long as our newsrooms are not truly representative, and by the way, I'm in Pullman, Washington, so people have all kinds of preconceptions about a place like Pullman, Washington. And I'm like, y'all, the diversity is right here, everywhere I look. Thank you. So it's not something foreign, even in the state of Washington, which of course New Yorkers are like, well, isn't it all white there? And I'm like, no. Fastest growing demographic group, Latinos, right? The Yakima Reservation, majority Latino on an indigenous reservation. How does that happen? But getting back to my career, there were several men, white men, who made me see that an emotional connection to my work was important, like Edward R. Murrow. Scott Simon allowed me to see that working with him as his producer. Y'all, you don't know this, but I worked for Walter Cronkite. I wrote for Walter Cronkite. I met him. God, I wish I had a cell phone then to have taken those photographs, because I have no photographs of that. But my byline is there on the radio documentary that we produced. I mean, Walter Cronkite in tears in front of all of us. Jay Kernis, who the founder, the creator of Morning Edition and then Weekend Edition, they all allowed me to understand that having a heart in journalism was essential and important. I told the students yesterday that it was my first couple of weeks on the job as the first Latina hired at NPR. And Jay Kernis, the executive producer, and my boss, made a statement that he said something to the effect that, you know, in Mexico, we could manage with the fact that there had been an earthquake that had killed thousands and that there had been a plane crash that had killed over 200 people, like within several weeks of each other. And he said something like, you know, I just don't know if the United States could ever handle that kind of trauma. This was in the 1980s, a different time. And he said, it must just be that Mexicans are used to that kind of suffering. And that core value system that I'm talking about, dear colleagues and students, where something sits wrong. And I did. I turned and I actually took his arm and I said, Jay, no one ever gets used to suffering. No one gets used to suffering. But you can see how it's a way in which we approach our journalism. Well, it's just those people. It's just those people. That's why having an emotional connection to our work is important. And you know, in those first years at NPR, I was a big advocate for diversity in the newsroom, and frankly, I was labeled some kind of radical. Honestly, I was just like, oh, you know that, Maria. In fact, my editor even said to me, oh, Maria, we all know about your agenda. And as you know, as a journalist, we don't have those kinds of agendas. We have emotions. We want to tell the truth. We want to tell these stories, but don't tell us that we have an agenda, some kind of political agenda, some kind of hidden agenda. And he said to me, oh, yeah, Maria, we know about your agenda. And I said, what? He said, you know, your Latino agenda. And it was one of those moments where I was able to come back with the perfect comeback. And I said, well, that would mean, Ken, that you have a white male agenda. And he was like, no, it's not the same thing. And I was like, yes, it is. It is, Ken. Now, he was a great editor, too. But that is our responsibility, is also to bring our full selves into the newsroom and say, no, that's not right. And to have our colleagues to be able to take the critique and say, you're right. You know what? Thank you for bringing that up. Those are the conversations we need in our newsrooms. Now, there's something else that's come up in the conversation because Suave, the podcast that won the Pulitzer in 2022, and we're working hard on season 2. In fact, they are in the middle of a listen to an episode, and I'm here. I'm like, why are you doing a listen without me? But we're moving ahead with our production schedule. Season 2 is going to, if you have not listened to season 1, please do. It's very dramatic, and season 2 is going to be even more dramatic. But the reason why we won the Pulitzer is because we broke through the fourth wall. And we asked the question, well, Maria has been in communication with Suave, who was sentenced to life in prison without parole as a 17-year-old. She's been in touch with him for almost 25 years. She sends him Christmas cards. Oh my God, did she really do that? She's sending a source a Christmas card in prison? Doesn't that cross some ethical boundaries? So we went there. And Suave likes to say, yo, Maria, the thing is that the reason why everybody's questioning whether or not you got to be too close to me and we're a friend is because you're a little Mexican. If you were white like Walter Cronkite, nobody would be asking the question of whether or not you got too close to the source. They'd be applauding you for getting so close to the source. And I kind of love the fact that Suave says that. But what we practice at Futuro, what I practice in my life, and if you follow me on social media, mostly on Instagram, you will see that I really go for a lot of radical transparency. I'm not trying to hold anything back from you. By the way, Quiñones and I have never taken a shot together. So I'm like, yo, John, where did you get? But I will tell you that I do sip a shot of tequila every night on doctor's orders because it helps control cholesterol. It's not a joke, it's for real. You can look it up. So I'm honest about that. Like, I don't drink, but I will take one shot of tequila every night for medicinal reasons, which is why Bruce made sure that I had that. Thank you, Bruce. It was also put all over my social media. By the way, the best gift basket ever in history. So thank you, Murrow College and the Dean. So as I wrap up this morning, when I went back to my speech, I was like, you know, how would Edward R. Murrow feel about, you know, saying that there should be two sides to the harvest of shame? Or the fact that Edward R. Murrow would have to know that today, in 2024, the situation for our farm workers has gotten just a bit better. But that we're still doing documentaries about the horrible treatment of farm workers, many of whom are undocumented. And so he saw the humanity. He was able to do this essential things that journalists have to be able to do, which is to see yourself in the person most unlike you. And that's what Murrow did. And in that process, he allowed us to identify with him. He could not be more different than me, and yet he's my godfather. Like Frederick Douglass could not be more different than me, and yet my journalistic godfather. And one of the essential things, values that they both hold dear, is to not dehumanize. In fact, the Red Scare, McCarthy, what happened with those hearings, it was about dehumanizing communists that existed in our country. And by dehumanizing, making them less worthy. I want to tell you that the person who taught me never to use the term illegal, so there's another term you're going to see that I never use. I don't use the word slave. And I don't use the term illegal to refer to a human being. And some of you may think, well, Maria learned that from a radical Latina studies professor, you know, over there in the Ivy League. No, actually, it was Elie Wiesel. May he rest in peace, who survived the Holocaust. And when I met him, that was the only question I asked him. I said, Mr. Wiesel, here at CNN, they want me to use the term illegal immigrant, illegal alien when I'm writing my scripts. What do you think about that? He said, Maria, never use the term illegal to refer to a human being. That is the first thing the Nazis did, was to declare the Jews to be an illegal people. And that's how it all went down, right? So we don't use that term. And by the way, so we're clear, it's grammatically incorrect. Let me just, because we have journalists in the room. So you can be a criminal, you can be an immigrant who committed a crime. You can be an immigrant who crossed illegally. But you cannot be an illegal immigrant. I.e., if any of you, and I bet all of you have gotten traffic tickets, moving violations even, that would mean that you are all from now on illegal drivers. Do you understand? Or if you didn't pay your alimony or your child care to your partner, you would be an illegal father. Or if you didn't pay your taxes, you'd be an illegal taxpayer. No, you're a taxpayer who did not pay their taxes. You understand. Now we know why we don't use the term illegal. And another word I don't use, minority. You will not hear that on Futuro Media. Because, again, values. You know, I realized I never used that term minority with my own family. Like, I never said to my kids, like, sat them down and said, you know what, Raul and Jurema, you're members of a minority group. Be sure to identify as a minority wherever you go. No, I've never said that to my kids. And I do not feel like a minority. And we know what's happening in our country in terms of numerical minority. And minority in this country has always meant less than. And if white America is going to be a numerical minority, we don't want our fellow Americans to feel less than. That's why the conversation about minority has to be thrown out, and all of us together come up with different terms that are more humanizing for all of us and make it clear to all of us that we are represented. So as I close, I mean, this has been great. Again, if you follow me, I've just been saying, I'm smiling for 3 whole days. All I'm doing is I'm just smiling, I'm happy. By the way, I do not like flying to the West Coast. It's really difficult. But I'm like happy. I'm happy on the plane. I'm watching Good Night and Good Luck. I'm just, you know, I'm happy. Great weather yesterday. I thought it was like that every day here. I'm happy, 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 happy. But the life of a journalist is also, again, to my fellow students, not fellow, but to my students here, I'm very honest with you, right? This is hard work. And I see you fellows, I see you there. And you know you're not happy every day because you're going to have stories that fall through, you'll have a source that falls through, you'll have an editor that rejects a story, you know, you'll be told it's going to be on the front page and it ends on page 10. You know, there's a lot of losses that we experience. And this morning, I wrote that it's also quite lonely, and I know that Edward R. Murrow was also lonely. You know, he had his family. That's why that message from his son is so special to me. But this can be a lonely business, which is why, again, why do we do this? Because in the midst of all of this celebration, I get an email. Not to invite me to be on prime time. In fact, the opposite. The email says, your request to come to visit this prisoner in the state of Texas at this maximum security men's prison that you've been visiting on and off since 2017, your request to return visit has been denied. But why? And I'm answering, but why? And nope, you violated protocol, you did this. And I'm like, but I didn't intend to violate protocol. There was miscommunication. You use your phone on speakerphone, but how do you know that? You can't be calling Estrella, who is a trans woman serving 9 years for the non-violent crime of fraud in a maximum security men's prison. Sounds like hell. And I'm her only lifeline connection to the outside, the only visitor who comes to see her. And now they have banned me for the second time, the Texas Department of Corrections. And so I also feel like the fact that this denial came right as I'm arriving here is part of the message, right? Maybe Eddie also was like, you're going to have to fight for this one, Maria. You're going to have to go back and fight the state of Texas to be able to have access to go visit Estrella, who you've been reporting about since 2017, and who some people might say, you're a little too close to Estrella. She's been behind bars. You visited her. I'm going to share this. Do not tweet it out, although I know we're live stream. But, you know, Estrella even... she tattooed my name on her arm so that when she feels lonely in prison, she holds her arm to her heart, and I'm next to her. It is an extraordinary responsibility as a journalist. But my proximity, emotional proximity to Estrella only makes me a better journalist to tell that story. My emotional proximity to Suave allows me to do the work of journalism, of documenting what it's like not only to spend 31 years in, but what happens when you get out like Suave. The journalistic work of documenting the complexities of being on the outside. So all of this work is meant as a love offering to my adopted country of the United States, where I had to lift my right hand and say that I would bear arms for this country. And I don't like guns. But that's why I take this civic responsibility so seriously. And I know you do too. And before I finish, I just want to say, you know, I am one person. I know, tiny but mighty, 5 feet, but always wearing the 6-inch heels. You can come and see. They're J-Lo design boots. They're quite fabulous. But I'm also part of a team. And so I have to give thanks to everybody who is a part of Futuro Media, to my new co-CEOs, Marlon Bishop and Benile Ramirez, to all of the producers on Latino USA that has turned 30 years old. So also I believe that Edward was part of that. Like, Maria, it's your 30-year birthday for Latino USA. You're going to get this other big award. So I'm here. I understand that I'm the face and the voice in many ways, but I work with a team of journalists. And for me, it's all about forming the company, not just for me. It's not Maria Hinojosa's production company. It's Futuro Media, because we have a commitment that goes beyond me. It's a commitment to legacy in this country and to tell the truthful stories and to following the example of our great, great padrino and godfather. And it's been my dream to say this for Edward R. Murrow: good night and buena suerte.
Check 1, 2. All right, there we go. Fantastic. Well, thank you. That was really inspiring. And we have time.
It's over.
Yeah, I know. It's not quite over, actually, but we're getting close. I do have some questions for you. And you're kind of a tough interview, I have to say, because you present so many contrasts to me. So part of you is a little stick of dynamite, right? I mean, you're so powerful and strong, and I've seen you speak the truth to power and talk back and be powerful in your opinions. And then last night at the reception, as we were leaving for dinner, I come to take you, and I swear you were surrounded by a circle of people, and some of them were crying. So I'm wondering, who is Maria Hinojosa? And I know you didn't give them a piece of your mind or anything like that. So I'm curious about who you are. Where does this come from? The powerful person and this empathetic person.
So the powerful. If you read my memoir, I talk a lot about battling imposter syndrome. So it's not like I was, that person who was like, I'm powerful and yes, I do understand responsibility and that pushes me to do the work. But I did not always see myself as this powerful voice. Later in my career, though, I did. And it was really because of other people, mostly other women, who would say to me, you are powerful. You need to own that. And I'd just be like, really? And they'd be like, yes, yes. So the importance of all of us in this room is to give that to other people, right? To give that to other people so that they understand their own power. And the humanity, as a journalist, it's just become, I really, when I think about Ed Bradley, it was that sense of he's really communicating something with heart.
Yeah.
How does he do that? And I believe that the agenda that I do have, when I thought after that editor said, your Latino agenda, and I was like, no, not a Latino agenda, but I really thought about it, and I was like, I do have an agenda. I want to make people feel something. I want to make people feel. And as I was thinking about this, that's exactly what Edward R. Murrow talked about. He also he was like, television is going to numb us. I've got to say things that are going to make you feel the dramatic world that's around us. And so I'm about making you feel. And so, as I said to you, Bruce, wherever I go, whether it's Washington State, Alaska, Guam, or Florida, when I meet people who know my work, inevitably somebody is going to end up crying in my arms. And that's what happened yesterday.
Okay, outstanding. This notion of imposter syndrome is really interesting. I talk to a lot of students, and I think all of us can relate to feeling inadequate, ill-prepared. I remember when I got my PhD, I just felt like a pretender, basically. When I became an interim dean, I felt like a pretender, like, do I really belong here? No, not really. And so I wonder, I was really surprised to read that in your memoir. I mean, it's quite amazing because we see you on television and you're moving things and you're asking tough questions, those kinds of things. I wonder if you talk about how you found your voice a little bit, because I think our students can really benefit from your experience there, your insights.
Well, the journalists in the room, you're totally going to understand this, which is you got to do the work. Right? So we have to do the work. We have to do the work because it's what we love, but in the doing of the work, you are affirming to yourself that you know what you're doing. Because that's exactly how I operated, Bruce. I was like, and I would go see my therapist, may she rest in peace, and I would say, they're going to find out. And she'd be like, what are they going to find out? They're going to find out that I don't know what I'm doing. They'd be like, I don't think so. If that had happened, you wouldn't have gotten the job. So for me, again, it's the years of work that allowed me to begin to believe that I had this, because I did 7-8 years at NPR, and then I was 7-8 years at CNN, and so just as I was getting my sea legs at NPR, I went to go do television. By the way, the people back then at NPR were just like, "You traitor! You went to television. What's that?" So the hard work and then actually listening to other people responding to me about the importance of me owning my voice. That was really important again. So all of us have that responsibility, especially with our students. When we see excellence, that we say, you got it, go for it, keep on going, do this. So that they recognize that they too have power.
Okay. So you're talking about very purposeful support of one another, student support, because students don't have those years of experience that you've been talking about. And we want them to leave feeling like they have something to contribute, that they have a role to play and a purpose. And so you feel like that support that we can offer them is critical.
Yeah, and as I've said you have to find your support system, and it may not be your family. And your family may have a real problem with what you do. So it may be the person who serves you coffee every day, who becomes your support system, or your best friends, or a group of women, but you will need support, and I happen to be, really I should dedicate this award to my husband, Herman Perez, the great Dominican artist, because his support for me has meant everything. Where he's just like, go do what you have to do, go wherever you have to go, to the jungles of Colombia, to the border wall, to a prison. I mean, can you imagine any husband who's just like, oh, you keep on getting phone calls from a guy who's a convicted murderer? Sure, go take the call. Suave met my husband the first day that I was in prison, so my husband saw Suave, so he was not like some illusion, and that's why my husband was like, yeah, I saw he was a kid, he needs help. But those partners in our life, if we're able to find them in our work as journalists, are also essential. Those who will allow us to do the boundary pushing work that we do. It's kind of uncomfortable for a lot of people, but it is an essential part of what we do in our career.
Good, okay. So when I think about your journalism, and in your case I really think about your work as a journalist and much more than just being a reporter. There's a lot more depth there to this story. It seems like to me Maria Hinojosa's story has a lot of depth to it, a really good interview that sets the stage for that as a foundation as you move forward. And you can hear that in things like your Suave podcast as an example. Are you naturally an empathetic person? Did you have to work on that? Is it a skill that you developed?
I developed it by watching other journalists.
Oh, interesting.
Like watching Scott Simon. He was the first person who I was a producer for. And so what he did was lessons for me. When I saw Scott take his arm and touch somebody in an interview, I was like, ooh, okay, well if Scott can do that, if Scott would get teary-eyed when somebody was saying something, I was like, okay, this is allowed.
Right.
So I was not, I would say, like a naturally empathetic journalist, but I learned by watching, and I understand also that empathy is something that as journalists we have in our tool belt. There are a lot of tools in our tool belt. And sometimes, especially if you're interviewing, let's say, a CEO of a company or somebody who's corrupt, empathy is not what you're going for, right? That's not what you're going for. And that's when you have to be really tough.
Right.
And, like the one interview where I was yelled at the entire time was Sheriff Joe Arpaio, if you remember him from Arizona.
Yeah.
And he literally yelled at me the entire interview. To the point where then finally I said, Sheriff Joe, you don't need to yell at me. I'm sitting here right in front of you. And also, I'm not hard of hearing. And he was like, oh, okay. But I'm not going to show empathy to him. So as journalists, we have to develop these skills, but not all of them are being used at the same time.
Sure.
Right? And that's part of our job and our profession.
Very good. When you are covering a humanitarian story, and you've done some pretty intense stories, how do you balance being a human being with being a reporter?
So you're right, Bruce, that now with the years, the decades of experience that I have, I'm very clear about my role as a journalist. I don't feel like I have to prove it to anyone. But, so in my bones, I know that I operate as a journalist, as a reporter. In my bones, I operate as a reporter.
Okay.
But when I was on the border 2 weeks ago, on the
horrific piece of, I can't even say architecture, I call it Darth Vader architecture. It's really just imposing and ugly. And saw two men who had been came from Guatemala, had been walking for 40 days. They had just crossed the border, and the first thing they did was not to run away from the Border Patrol, but to kneel and pray and to hope that the Border Patrol would come and pick them up. And we met up with them at a camp. The Border Patrol did not pick them up. And I started interviewing the both of them. They were both a little bit in shock because they'd been walking and, for days and hungry. And I could recognize a certain level of shock in people. And these are two men, maybe in mid-30s. Father left because he couldn't find work for 45 days. He said, and then I had to leave. We're interviewing him. I'm interviewing him as a journalist, as a reporter. We're reporting it all. And then I simply asked the question, sir, can you tell me, what is that feeling like? Because he's like, I've never left my family, never left my town. And so I said, can you tell me what that feeling is like of having left your family behind? And he broke down. He could not talk. He broke down in tears. You're watching a grown man, a prideful Latino man, breaking down in tears in front of several strangers. And so in that moment, I'm still a reporter, but now I'm crying with him. Because it was so dramatic what happened. And that will be part of our story, that moment. But I never, even though I'm crying with him, that's part of my role as a journalist, is also for him to see, estoy contigo, soy humana, I'm human. In that moment, I see you, you see me, but also, and I don't mean this in an ugly way, but also as a journalist, I'm like, if I connect with him, when I leave him, and I say to him, here's my number, please be in touch with me, whenever it is that you get to your destination. His destination was Dallas, to be with a brother. When you get there, please call me, get in touch. So that moment of empathy, which was natural, but also it may lead me to get a call from him because he trusts me now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to say that the emotion is a manipulative one and that it's like being used so that he will call me. It's not that way. But in the end, as journalists, these tools will benefit us to be better journalists. That's ultimately, for my sense, the goal, is to be the best journalist that I can. And no, he hasn't gotten in touch, and I don't know where he is. But I'm hoping that that moment will make him think, you know what, let me get in touch with that journalist. Although we wrote it on a piece of paper, if he's taken by the Border Patrol, will they take it? Will it be gone? Who knows? But it was an honest reaction, but at the same time, as a journalist, there's a chance that that will lead to deepening the story.
Outstanding. So I wonder, is there an interview that you're particularly proud of, or perhaps one you wish you'd covered differently? Let's go with a proud of one, because we always think about our mistakes. So something that you really felt like this was meaningful to me. This is something that that stood on my own mind as being strong.
So, I always, whenever people ask me your favorite interview or the most important or one that's memorable, to be honest with you, I have to mention Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. Because to be able to sit in conversation with her, a hugely intellectual mind, and to be, frankly, with one of the, if not the most powerful Latina in the United States of America, even though right now her power is whittled, and I don't know if you know this, but there's a whole move that I don't know, of course now as a journalist I'm like, where did this start? Where there's a push to have Sonia Sotomayor step down. Kind of like Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have stepped down. We have a Democrat right now do this. She's 69 years old and in good health, even though she's a diabetic. So to me, it's like, why are they asking her to do this? What is the plan? But anyway, I digress. That interview is incredibly important to me. There are interviews that I've done with people who are now incredibly famous, like Lin-Manuel Miranda, that when I met him, he was a kid.
You know, he was literally just a kid eating Chinese food out of a styrofoam, takeout box. But yes, I did finally get the interview with the vice president. Just last year, we had been 4 years in the asking. We have a pending request for Joe Biden. We're hoping, being able to interview a sitting president, like the sitting president of Chile at that time, who was a woman, very important moment. But I also, Bruce, I often go back to the interview that I just did, like the most recent interview.
Yeah, I understand that.
Which was, also don't tweet this out, but it's live feed, so whatever. So I was able to get the interview with Melissa Barrera. Melissa Barrera is the star of In the Heights, and she's also the star of Scream, or at least was, because Melissa Barrera was fired from the Scream franchise because of her postings on the question of genocide in Gaza. And so I was able to get that interview. When I reached out to her in January and said, can we do an interview? She said, I'm not talking to anyone. And I said, okay, but when you're ready. So that's the role of a journalist, is to, want the interview and then not be satisfied when you get a no, and to keep pushing until you get the interview. It's a great interview. And then I guess just finally, we are doing a documentary about the fact that Mexico will have a woman president next year. And we were just in Mexico doing that reporting, and I was able to get interviews with both candidates, which even Mexican journalists very few have been able to do. And so that kind of we didn't give up. She said, no, until the very last minute we didn't give up, and we got the interview. And so I'm super proud of that. I interviewed the person who will be the next president of Mexico, and that's kind of extraordinary.
Yeah, that's terrific, fantastic. Pivoting just a little bit, as you think about Eduardo Murrow, I've talked quite a bit about it, and when I think of our students today, how do you think journalists have to be different today than they did during Murrow's time?
Oh my God, it's such a different world.
Yeah.
Such a different world because of the technology, because of the fact that we have to be on multiple platforms, that there's always going to be another platform. That so much of it can just be live and instant, where everybody feels they're a journalist. Wow, it's such a challenge. You have to be able to work in multiple fields at the same time. But I would also say that there are some core values that we have as journalists, right? That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And so the medium may change, right? But that core value of who we are as journalists is something that we all have to uplift. And we have a huge responsibility because, as you know, journalists around the world, right now, we're being targeted and killed purposefully in Gaza. This is not acceptable. And around the world, we are being targeted. Mexico is one of the most dangerous places for journalists. But we still have to have these core values. And we, as an international community of journalists, need to fortify these core values that will withstand any of the changes in terms of the medium. And I would love to see more international collaboration. To my colleagues from Serbia, who I was talking with, and they were just like, immigration is a big issue in Europe. Have you covered it? And I was like, no, I don't really have any funds. And then by the time we got to the end of the conversation, it was like, oh my God, I'm going to Germany, I'm going to Berlin, I'm covering the story. And they're finding sources for me already in Berlin, which suddenly I plan to be in August, who knew? So that kind of international collaboration, which you're living here, is so important for our profession as well.
That's outstanding. Let me ask you a follow-up then. So many stories are complicated, oftentimes reporting can be formulaic, this side of the story, that side of the story. It oversimplifies very dynamic issues. In your mind, what should the public expect from these complicated, even explosive stories from a journalist?
Honesty, transparency. I think that there's a whole conversation about journalists being more transparent about kind of who they are, their backgrounds. Our profession has been so battered. through mis and disinformation. And then we end up repeating that mis and disinformation. And so it costs us our credibility. For example, where we are in our country right now, where immigrants are the target for everything hateful. And we know, right? We watched as Donald Trump declared his candidacy criticizing me. I'll tell you a quick little joke, and then I'm going to get more serious. Please forgive me. It's a little, but it's okay. It's a joke. So when he was in power, I like to say, you know, that it was in fact a challenge for me to cover his presidency objectively because, in his own words, I am 5 things that Donald Trump does not like. I'm Mexican. I'm an immigrant. I'm a journalist. I'm a loud woman. And I'm flat-chested. You can laugh. It's okay. It's okay. So what they're laughing in the back now. They're like, oh, we get it.
Took them a while.
So every time our colleagues use, when they repeated those words of what Donald Trump said when he launched his campaign, our colleagues needed to put a warning that said, by the way, this is a lie. And for us to use that word is a very challenging thing. But the fact is, when we look at the data regarding immigrants, right, that we are not more criminal. The data shows it. So you cannot make that up and then say it and spew it, and then we repeat it without correcting and saying this is not true. And so part of our challenge now is how do we do that? And I feel, you know, one of the things that I say is that we should be in touch with journalists who have lived through authoritarian regimes and understand the use of propaganda and mis and disinformation and targeted, because we, otherwise, frankly, as journalists, we're being played. And the truth is that we have the power. If we see ourselves as weak, this is a problem. We have to see ourselves as powerful. And that's why I got the interview with the second candidate in Mexico when we were really pushing, like we had minutes to go. And I said, look, we're going to do a 1-hour documentary. One candidate sat down with us for an hour. She's going to be in the documentary. For you, the question is, we're going to talk about your candidate. If she's not going to be on the air, that's your choice. That's the power that we have. And then she said yes. And I used to be afraid to do that as a young journalist. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. But in fact, we have to understand that, yes, we have that power. And that we have to own that power to push back against the powers that be.
Okay. I have time for one more question. So how about this one? What advice would you give to our students? So we have a lot of students here today just leaning in, not just to journalism, a whole variety of fields, but as professional communicators. And we've talked about a number of topics that would be relevant to them. You must get, this question must come up all the time too. Do you have any advice for our students?
Yeah, it came up yesterday morning, and what I said was don't give up.
All right.
Do not give up. Again, try and zero in on your mission so that you can understand your passion. And by the way, I said to the students when I was their age in college, I don't know if I could have said, oh, journalism is absolutely my passion and my mission, and I understand it, and it's all. It wasn't necessarily clear, right? So you want to work towards that because that is going to help you weather the difficult times. But seriously, the most important thing is for us to not give up. And when, again, have a backup plan. Like I was always like, I'll wait tables. You know, if I need to, I'll wait tables. But understanding that it may not be a straight line. But that the profession needs you. So that's why I've said, understand what your mission is, understand where your passion comes from, hone it in, rely on it, depend on it, but more than anything, do not give up. And I'll just tell you very quickly, Bruce, this question. You know, I lost my job at PBS, at Now on PBS, in 2010, in April of 2010. I didn't have work, and I got an interview with 60 Minutes. And I was like, oh my God, this is it. It's finally going to happen. Yes. I should have read the tea, which was when they said, let's meet at the Starbucks. I should have known that it was not going to go well. And so at the end of the interview, the gentleman said, you know, the thing is, Maria, is you really are perfect for 60 Minutes. I mean, you're the right demographic. You've got the chops. You've got the journalistic experience. He said, but I've got a problem. I've got this long list of old white guys. Can you come back when one of them gets sick or dies? In an interview setting. So I was like, is this a joke? Am I laughing? Are you trying to pull one over on me? What just happened here? Soon after the interview ended and I realized it was going nowhere, and I got on the subway at 59th Street on the A train to Harlem, and I was crying in the subway, which, by the way, happens a lot in New York, and it's very accepted. It's just, it happens. It happens, and people are like, yeah, you know. And it was in that moment when I was like, okay, I'm either going to have to go on unemployment or I'm going to have to create my own thing. And as a proud Mexican, you know, the whole thing is that immigrants are takers and we come to take. No, in fact, I could not imagine picking up the phone and telling mi papá, papi, no pude, entonces estoy en desempleo. You know, Dad, I'm going to have to go on unemployment. I couldn't even say this to my father. And that's what made me think, I'll create my own company. As if that's easy. I was like, somebody said I could do this. Okay, I'm going to create my own company. A little crazy, but what I'm telling you as journalists is that's what I'm talking about when I say don't give up. It's not going to be easy, but continue to find and turn the quarter over and over again until you find the answer that you're looking for. But remember, Edward R. Murrow would tell you don't give up, and I'm telling you, please don't give up. We need you now more than ever.
Outstanding. Thank you so much.
What an honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Yeah, we're good. All right, everybody. Those questions were from Murrow College students, and then I combined with a few of my own, so thank you very much for that. Maria, thank you for sharing your insights and experiences with us this afternoon. It's been a meaningful and truly inspiring event. I was going to say expiring, but that's not the right thing to say. I'm going to take these glasses off. That might help. Inspiring event, and we appreciate your outstanding work as a journalist. We really do. Truly a journalist cut in the Murrow mold. We're so pleased to have you here with us. We're grateful for your participation in the symposium, for your outstanding work as a journalist and a news producer. And for those of you in the audience, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate your interest and involvement in WSU, and specifically in the Murrow College of Communication. I owe a special shout out to KHQ and Gray TV in the back. If you get a chance, please go by. They're sponsoring. They're here, so thank them. Also, if you see folks wearing baseball jerseys that say coach on the back or coaching on the front, they're career coaches. And so if you're a student, please connect with them. They have great advice to share, and they would be happy to share it with you if you'll take advantage. So this afternoon at 4:30, we're going to have a celebration of excellence right here, and it's going to be excellent. It's going to be an excellent celebration of excellence with lots of participation, so lots of standing and hand waving and those kinds of things. So I hope that you get a chance to join us right here for our Hall of Achievement induction ceremony. Before you head to your next destination, please join us for a special student work showcase and research expo. It's in the back of the room. You can see some posters back there. There's a lot of great work that our students have done, our faculty have done. We want you to check it out, ask some questions, and take advantage of that, please. With that, thank you, and vamos Cougs!
presentation part. There's a lot of microphones. And I'll just set these up here. Oh gosh. I don't remember, and I don't see any tables we would have brought here. Just put them in the order. Yeah. I think, and we could cover it like. We need to get rid of those because they were open. Yeah, two waters is good because it's Bruce and Mary Grace mostly. Thank you. I think I shouldn't do that with this doctor. Glenn is like tight. Those in here. This is just garbage. Don't be confused by the quantity of microphones.
We need to get to the right page.
It should be.
Is that it?
That's the first speaking part. It's right.
Oh, okay. It's already on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it? Yes. I was just waiting for the cost. It's 5, but I don't know if did it just? Oh, just.
There you go.
Homeowners, how many of you have seen the video of me talking about solar net metering? Come here.
All right, so welcome home and welcome to the Murrow Excellence Celebration. I'm Anna Wheatley, the Murrow College Marketing Director. We're pleased to have you here today. Hope you've enjoyed the showcase, student showcase so far, and checked out some of the research. Our student showcase was produced by the Crimson Creative student PR firm, so we say great job. If you haven't played the passport game, there's a few on your table, and we'd encourage you to do that after today's event. There are prizes, and we'll be doing a drawing at the end, so do stay if you did participate so we can see who those winners are. I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, because without our sponsors, the symposium wouldn't be possible. So thank you. There's a few in the back, and then if you look at your program, you can see the rest of them. And now, it's my pleasure to introduce our dean, Bruce Pinkleton.
All right, thank you, Anna. I appreciate that very much. We're here this afternoon to acknowledge the great work taking place in Murrow College, or as I often call it, the Murrow family. Like every family, we have a few issues, but we're good on the whole. This includes all the students, faculty, staff who've ever called Murrow College home. So thank you for being here. Now it's group participation time, so I need you to pay attention. I know it's a little late in the day, but tune in to me here, people, all right? We're going to recognize all attendees who are or were first-generation college students. So if you are or were a first-generation college student, please stand or raise your hand so we can recognize you. First generation means the first person in your immediate family to graduate from a 4-year college, okay? Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you. Now, will all current scholarship recipients in Murrow College please stand or raise your hand so we can recognize you? Okay, we have a few here. Outstanding. Thank you. Very good. Okay, will all current students, graduate or undergraduate, and attendees who have earned a degree from Murrow College, please stand or raise your hand. So current students, anybody, or have a degree? Awesome. All right, very good. Smart people. You're looking at some smart people here. Thank you so much. Murrow College students have numerous applied learning opportunities. It's really a strength of our college. To demonstrate how involved students are in industry-related activities, I want students involved in any of the following organizations or opportunities to please stand or wave your hand so we can recognize you. We're going to hold our applause till the end. And if you stand, please remain standing. If, let's say, you're standing and you're involved in a different group, just start waving your hand or hopping up and down on one foot or whatever feels right to you, okay? So here we go. If you are, we're going to hold our applause. Part of the Bateman competition team, stand to raise your hand. Oh, no, we're holding our applause. We're holding our applause. It's okay, Molly. All right, all right. If you're part of Cable 8 Productions, we have some Cable 8 students right now helping Maria get ready for her MSNBC interview tonight. They're down in my office, as a matter of fact. So outstanding. Keep on standing. Okay. Crimson Creative, our student-run firm. Crimson Creative students. Awesome. Very good. Standers. Okay, good, good. No, we're not clapping. Daily Evergreen. Daily Evergreen. Anybody? Thank you. Okay, stand or raise your hand. Good. The J. Rocky chapter of the Public Relations Student Society of America. Okay, awesome. I see some hands going. Good, good, good. Okay, we're combining a whole bunch of radio operations here. So KUGR, KZUU, KJEM, or NWPB. Please stand or raise your hand. Yeah, okay. I see some jazz hands going there. Okay. Murrow News Service, please stand or raise your hand. Outstanding. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, the jazz hands are getting a little lower. We need to be proud, people. There we go. All right, all right. Let me see. The Murrow News Service. Did we do that one already? Okay, sorry. National Student Advertising Competition Team. There we go. A lot of Crimson Creative folks back there. Awesome. Thank you. The Religion Reporting Project, led by Tracy Simmons. Okay, very nice. Very nice. The Rural Plunge. If anybody's on the Rural Plunge, stand or raise. Awesome. Okay, now let's go ahead and applaud. All right. Okay. Terrific, terrific. Thank you so much. You can all be seated. If you're not currently a student, but you were involved in any one of these organizations or clubs when you were a student, including the Association for Women in Communication that's no longer active at a national level, will you please stand? So if you're involved in here, you're a student, good. Awesome, all right. Round of applause. Very good, thank you so much. All right, in addition to the organizations represented here, Murrow students have opportunities to learn as they travel the country and globe. We call these Murrow expeditions, and they're super cool, I have to be honest. Murrow students just returned from spring break trips to Armenia, Los Angeles, and Arizona to cover the M's during spring training. How cool is that, right? I mean, when I was in college in spring break, we went to work, but these kids, they have fun things to do. This summer, we're going to be sending Murrow students to Greece. So will any students who attended any of these or any other Murrow expeditions this last spring break or any other spring break, please stand or raise your hand so we can recognize you. Awesome. I see some hands going. Very good. Nice. Thank you so much. Okay, I'd like to recognize the effort and dedication of some very special Murrow students. Well, our student ambassadors or other students working at the symposium, please stand or raise your hand. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Very nice. You've played an important role in helping make this symposium happen, and I'm truly appreciative of your efforts. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate your help, and love that popcorn you make in Gertsen building every whatever day that is. Makes the building smell so good. All right. There's one final group I've saved until now to recognize. So Murrow College faculty and staff members share themselves and their expertise with our students nearly every day, and are truly Murrow in action. It's our faculty and staff who make Murrow College what it is. So if you're a Murrow College faculty or staff member, would you please stand or raise your hand? Awesome. All right. Very nice. Terrific. Thank you so much. You're the heart of the college, and I'm truly indebted to you for your outstanding work. So thank you very much. We do appreciate that. Okay, I received tremendous support from members of the Murrow College Professional Advisory Board. This is a group of outstanding professionals who support me personally. They mentor Murrow College students. They financially support Murrow College. They spread the word about the great work that we're doing. They really are an integral part of our efforts. Will past and present members of Murrow College's Professional Advisory Board please stand or raise your hand so we can recognize you? Up, up, up. All right. Terrific, everyone. Thank you so much. You'll notice many of them are wearing the coaching baseball jerseys. They've been coaching our Murrow students today, and it's a really critical part of our the career services work that we're doing. Really, really excited to have this kind of an investment in Murrow College. I have to say, I'm completely off script here, but I'll get back to it. So just hold on there, okay? I have to say, one of the things that makes me most proud of our college is the engagement that our alumni have, the way they like to give back, and the pride they have in Murrow College. It really is something that I think is special and unique in many respects. So thank you. I genuinely appreciate that. As we look to other forms, I'm back on script if you're wondering. Okay, so we're good there. All right. As we look to other forms of excellence in Murrow College, we celebrate the more than 100-year history of Northwest Public Broadcasting. In its early days as KWSC, NWPB brings local reporting, fine arts programming, National Public Radio, and other public broadcasting services to 80% of the state of Washington. And this is literally where Edward R. Murrow got his start here on this campus. So if you are or have been a part of NWPB, please stand or raise your hand so that we can recognize you. All right. Outstanding. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Okay. This has been truly inspiring for me. It's an exciting time, partially because the symposium is starting to wind down just for today a little bit. So, but really because we have such amazing excellence here at Murrow College. It's really what sets us apart, I think, from other schools doing this work. So thank you for recognizing the outstanding work that we have from those of you in the Murrow family. All right. So we're going to continue by celebrating our Hall of Achievement inductees. With more than 13,000 graduates of Murrow College, Hall of Achievement induction is rare and meaningful. And when I say rare, we're talking about like 0.5% of our graduates are in the Hall of Achievement, so it's a big deal. Will Mary Grace Roski please join me and share with us a little bit about induction into the Murrow College Hall of Achievement?
Here. Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Grace Roski. I'm chair of the Murrow Professional Advisory Board. Each year, we honor exceptional graduates of what is now known as the Edward R. Murrow College of Communications. After seeing and considering nominees, the HOA inductees are recommended to the dean by members of the Professional Advisory Board, the HOA committee. Nominees are individuals who have made significant contributions to their professional, business, or academic achievement, demonstrated community involvement that highlights corporate or personal social responsibility. They've also shown support for Washington State University and or the Edward R. Murrow College of Communications. And they are individuals who often mentor or support in other ways young Murrow students. And typically, they've received honors or awards for their career achievements. In addition, this year we've introduced a new service category for the Hall of Achievement to recognize individuals who have made a meaningful contribution to Murrow College. Before I proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the members of the HOA committee who are very diligent in their selection process in finding people who have earned this remarkable recognition from the college. It is always a fun process. This is like the third or fourth year I've done this, and I'm always amazed at the people we can find. Some who we've known for a long time, sometimes we just discovered are out there doing amazing work. So it is really wonderful to be here and to recognize all of these new HOA inductees and to thank all of them for their service. So now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the 2024 Hall of Achievement class of inductees. Waiting for my script to come along here. All right, we start today's induction by introducing a true media production and broadcasting legend. With a career spanning 4 decades, Tom Holmberg has not only shaped the local news media landscape in Spokane, but he has contributed in countless ways to the news and information quality many of us enjoy in the Inland Northwest. Tom began his journey at KHQ in 1983, where he played a pivotal role in shaping the station's market-leading news coverage. His influence expanded as he assumed the role of executive producer at SWX, showcasing his versatility in media production and his commitment to excellence. His contributions extend beyond the studio and into Spokane's vibrant sports culture. Since 2000, he has directed Gonzaga men's basketball broadcasts, not a bad gig, bringing the excitement and energy of the court into the homes of viewers across the country. Although he recently retired from full-time work, Tom continues to play a pivotal role in SWX's operations. He remains committed to mentoring fellow Cougs and facilitating opportunities for them in sports production. Thank you for your continued engagement and outstanding work, Tom, and congratulations. Please join me in watching this video tribute to Tom Holmberg.
Hi, I'm Tom Holmberg, class of '83, and I'm the executive producer of SWX TV. When I was in high school, I was an intern at the public television station here in Spokane, and we got to go out and do some high school football games, and no one else was doing that at the time, I don't think, at that level. And then that led me to WSU, where I got on the sports crew right away because I had some experience. I was thinking about my time at Murrow, and when you're there, you don't realize what it is. You don't realize everything going on. You're just trying to get through it and have some fun along the way, but it's afterwards that it hits you what a special place Murrow is. Right after graduation, they told me about a full-time job, weekend job at KHQ. So I went and applied for that, and that's actually the job I took. I was the main director of our newscasts for a number of years until SWX came along. SWX was part of, in 2007, when all the stations went digital. Another former graduate of WSU, Patricia McRae, was our station manager at the time, and she thought instead of just doing MASH reruns, let's do something for the community. So she kind of made it a sports and weather channel. In 2009, we launched with our first high school football game, and we've been doing well ever since. And I'm really proud of what it's become. Part of why SWX was created was to tell untold stories. The vast majority of high school athletes are not going to go play college ball. The vast majority of college players aren't going to play pro ball. So one of our big things on every single show we do is contact those kids, get their stories, and try and put them on the air. There have been hundreds of them with hundreds of broadcasts throughout the year, but that's been our main emphasis. Not show the balls and strikes, but actually tell the stories while the game is going on.
44, open mic, and cue, dissolve 4.
Also, for the last almost 25 years have been directing our Gonzaga basketball broadcasts. I can tell you about the favorite game I've ever directed. Tony Bennett was the coach at WSU. We had Gonzaga at WSU. I went down to direct that game, and WSU won. And it was a great moment. I had a shot of Dick Bennett in the crowd clapping for his son at the end, and it made me feel good. Most of my work's at Gonzaga, but I'll always be a Coug, and that was a good moment. I don't know if I'm the first production person, because I truly am. I'm the guy behind the scenes to be offered this award, but it was really an honor, and I'm very proud. I've probably had well over 100 people go through SWX, and now they're working the Mariners games and a lot of freelance people in the entire Pacific Northwest, and they all played a role in this too. So it's not only an honor for me, I count them as an honor for them as well.
Tom, please join us on stage.
All right, they say get to speak for a couple minutes here. So first of all, where did we find those pictures from 1982? My hair was a little longer and a different color. I've been in broadcasting, as the story told, for over 4 decades now. So I'd like to begin by thanking my wife, Karen, for putting up with me during this broadcast career. It's not always easy. Production isn't a Monday through Friday job. It's late nights, it's weekends, it's holidays. But I've been enthusiastic about this industry my entire life, and it all started here at WSU. This place laid the foundation for hundreds of my fellow broadcasters. In the time I've been in the industry, we've had a lot of format changes. We started with 2-inch tape, heavy reels, then 1-inch and 3/4 inch, and now the entire world is digital. Along with that, the industry has changed a lot. When I started, we had 3 networks. Now we have social media, we have cable channels, we still have linear, but mostly we have digital. We have to learn how to adapt and how to use all of these tools and resources, and the way people watch television, watch media, the consumption of that has changed a lot as well. I don't know where it's going to be in 10 years. I don't know what the format's going to be. I don't know how people are going to watch news. But what I do know are the fundamentals that we learned at this university will serve us well in guiding us. We learn journalism, we learn principles, storytelling, ethics. Pay attention in class to what the teachers tell you, because at some point in your career, I'm sure you'll all be using it. The last few years, I've had the good fortune to be able to teach and train, especially in the sports production world, to a lot of people in Spokane. And even more people have moved on to bigger markets, especially in the Seattle market. Some of our people are directing the Mariners and the Kraken and Sounders and a lot of other shows over there. And I feel very fortunate to be part of their lives and help guide them in their careers. The broadcast standards here in the Pacific Northwest are second to none. We produce really good shows. So I'd like to thank my fellow production colleagues, because I wouldn't be here today without them. We all see anchors and reporters and play-by-play people on television every day. but I'll bet over half of the students that graduate from Murrow are behind the scenes. So in no small way, this recognition is for them along with me. I am honored. Thank you, and go Cougs.
All right, thank you, Tom. Our second inductee is Tiffany Pop Sanders, whose journey through broadcasting and corporate affairs has been extraordinary. A proud alumni of Washington State University, Tiffany holds dual degrees in broadcast journalism and French foreign languages and literatures, showcasing both her linguistic abilities and her passion for storytelling. Currently serving as the corporate affairs manager and spokesperson for the Fred Meyer and QFC divisions of Kroger, Tiffany represents and advocates for more than 42,000 associates across 191 stores in the Pacific Northwest. Named one of the top women in grocery by Progressive Grocery Magazine in 2023, under her leadership, Kroger has distributed more than $8 million in donations and diverted 65% of waste from landfills, while rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for local food banks. Today, we celebrate Tiffany Pop Sanders for her outstanding leadership and dedication to making a difference in the world. Congratulations, Tiffany, on this well-deserved honor, and please join me in watching this tribute to Tiffany.
So I was born and raised in Bellevue, Washington, went through the Bellevue Public Schools, and when I was in high school, some wonderful people, learned so much. The Murrow School of Communications really prepared me for a career in broadcasting and a career in communications.
Going to be your best day over the next several to get out and enjoy.
I was ready to go as soon as I stepped off the campus. And I remember I was only a couple weeks into my internship when they offered me a full-time on-air position. And I at first told them no because I thought, oh, I'm still an intern. I have to finish this to get my credits. And so I called my professor, who was Glenn Johnson at the time, and I called him and I said, you know, they just offered me this job. Is there any way I could take it? And he was like, Tiffany, you've graduated. if they've offered you a paid position, you've graduated. March 2020, first week of March, I started the grocery business thinking that I was leaving TV to do something a little bit quieter, something a little bit easier, something, you know, just a little more calm than TV. And the pandemic hit. All my years of TV and working with media and everything I learned at WSU all of a sudden made sense and came into play in this new position. And I felt like I am here for a reason. It's just been a delightful career, and it's been just, I feel honored to have been able to walk the path I've walked. It's just been so much fun. It's been so much work. It's been heartbreaking and difficult at times, but it truly has been like nothing else I would have ever wanted. I would do it all over again. Hi, I'm Tiffany Sanders. I am the Murrow Hall of Achievement Class of 2024.
Wow, well, thank you. I have to tell you, there's just something special about this place, right? Something special about this school. There's just something so special about being a Coug. And I will tell you that it's been almost 30 years since I graduated from here, but that rings true more today than ever before. This award, this recognition truly means so much to me. I truly appreciate it. There's just something special about this place, and it stays with you. There's a warmth, there's a kindness, there's a spark about being a Coug, something that you notice. And you know, I have worked in TV stations big and small. I've worked for a nonprofit for a while, and I've worked in corporate America, where I'm at right now. And I will tell you that I know when I meet a Coug. You can tell. I know it right away. There's a kindness, there's a warmth, there's a spark that you notice right away. I had an amazing experience while I was here at WSU and in the Murrow School. I was lucky enough to get to run track and represent the school there. I met my husband here. He played basketball for WSU. I truly embraced everything, loved everything about it. I had talented professors. Glenn Johnson was my professor when I was here, and I can tell you that the things that he taught me, I use to this day. I call on them in my profession, even to this day, 30 years later. We brought our kids to WSU to visit as they were growing up. They're now adults. I can remember we would take them to the Cougar football games, listen to Glenn say another Cougar first down. I remember we took them to Ferdinand's and to Cella's, and I was hoping that they would see what I experienced. And I will tell you, at the end of the first day visiting and going to the football game, my daughter turned to me and said, well, gosh, there's just something about this place. There's something about the people here. She saw that kindness, that warmth, that spark that's inside every Coug. I share all of this with you right now just because this means so much to me. I appreciate it. I'm so truly thankful. And I am so thankful that my journey and my path brought me to this place all those years ago so that I could find that kindness, that warmth, and that spark that lives inside me even today. So thank you so very much. Go Cougs!
Our third inductee, Liz Pritchard, is a true legend in media sales. Most recently serving as Vice President of Sales Training and Development for Fox television station sales in New York, Liz has played a pivotal role in shaping the next generation of media professionals. Her leadership of the sales training program at Fox produced top-performing sales executives year over year, cementing her legacy as a trailblazer in talent development. From her early days at KCPQ in Seattle to her roles with ABC, Disney, and CBS TV in Chicago and Fox in New York, Liz's passion for excellence and innovation has set her apart from her peers, and her commitment to service at WSU is unwavering. As vice chair of the board of directors of the WSU Foundation and as a member of the Murrow College Professional Advisory Board, she continues to shape the future of her alma mater and the next generation of communications professionals. Congratulations, Liz, on this recognition of your outstanding achievements and the lasting impact of your leadership on your peers. Please join me in watching this video tribute to Liz Pritchard.
My name is Liz Schuler Pritchard, and I am a proud 1980 Murrow grad. I spent 41 years in broadcast media sales. I worked in Seattle, Chicago, and New York. I grew up in Ritzville, Washington, which for most people that are watching this will look at it as a gas station stop or a place to get a burger. But I was there from first grade through 12th grade. I always knew I was going to Washington State because my parents are Cougs. I thought I was going to be a music major and started to get cold feet about that. And I talked to my dad, also a Coug, who said, you know, media is really opening up for women. This was 1976. And he said, we happen to have an excellent school. He kind of talked to me about communication as a field. And so I went into the broadcast journalism sequence, but I ended up in the sales department. First thing, on time is late. Jim Dunn, who was our Broadcast 101 professor, he would lock the door to the classroom if you weren't on time. So I also had a sales manager that did that many years later at CBS. So that was good advice to learn to be on time. But I also remember the practical experience more than anything else. We had it in the classroom. We worked at the radio stations. I think we didn't have Cable 8 in those days, but we worked at KWSU. So I think the practical experience is what stands out the most. And it really helped us in our internships and beyond. I got to my internship at Como TV. I started looking around the room and I saw some news reporters taking the police scanner home at night. They were going to put it under their pillow and chase down fires. I thought, I'm not going to be that person. I don't think I have that dedication. Still really like the industry though. So then I saw people walking around with briefcases, driving really nice cars in the parking lots. They had the padded shoulder suits. It was the 80s. And I thought, who are those people? And I asked if I could spend a couple of weeks there before I went back to school. And doing so, I really learned that that might be more my fit. So we always used to joke with the news department, like, you know, you wouldn't be here if sales didn't do their job. Like, you couldn't buy a news helicopter or hire big talent. And they'd go, well, you couldn't sell anything if we didn't exist. So the reality is we needed each other. But I think, you know, those local stories are so important, and even the national news networks come to the local TV stations when something big happens. I've been on the Murrow board for a lot of years. I've never expected it. Last year, I'll give you an example, I felt humbled, obviously, and very grateful. But last year I served on a panel at the Symposium, and it was called From Small Town to the Corner Office, and we had a guy from the LA Times, a woman from Twitter, and another guy from eBay. And when they read our bios, we kind of looked at each other and went, I don't know about you, but do you suffer from imposter syndrome? I do. And we were like, who are those people? Getting back involved with the Murrow Professional Advisory Board was a huge win for me after years of living away. I've really enjoyed it, love coaching our students. And I think that's something we have always done well, is put us in touch with industry and industry personnel. So I would just encourage everyone, students to take advantage of it and alumni to participate. My name is Liz Schuler-Pritchard, and I am in the Murrow Hall of Achievement class of 2024. Go Cougs!
Well, thank you. This is such an honor. I want to congratulate Tom and Tiffany and Glenn on their much-deserved recognition day and their outstanding careers. You know, it occurs to me how fortunate we have been to have the Murrow College in our lives. And as I mentioned in the video, we've always done a good job of taking care of our own, providing students with exposure to the industry and facilitating connections with seasoned media pros. And that might be through internships or guest speakers in the classroom, symposium engagement, or mentorship. The college has consistently fostered a culture of excellence and opportunity. And Murrow certainly opened my eyes to possibilities in media that I'd been unaware of before, and I'm grateful for that. I'm equally grateful for the work ethic they instilled in us and demanded from us. Murrow helped launch my career, and I'll tell you what, it was an absolute blast. And now that I'm in retirement, I look back and realize I had the privilege to sell advertising in the Oprah Winfrey Show when she was the new phenom in Chicago. Award-winning local newscasts at ABC, CBS, and Fox owned and operated stations. The Academy Awards, home team NFL in 18 major markets, NCAA football, bowl games, my personal favorite NCAA basketball, Final Four and championship, NBA basketball during the Michael Jordan years, which was pretty fun in Chicago, Super Bowls, Olympic Games, Major League Baseball, I sound like I'm bragging, World Series, World Cup Soccer, PGA, and Masters Golf. And so as I progressed into sales management, you know, part of my duty, my job was to attend these events with clients. So not really a bad gig at all. But as exciting and in demand as these events were, they didn't sell themselves, believe it or not, and we were always under great pressure to sell out at premium rate and achieve higher market share. And I really did find skills honed at Murrow, effective communication, critical thinking, deep understanding of news and sports product helped me better position our offerings to advertisers and forge meaningful partnerships. So I also think we've talked a lot today about hard work, which is really a Murrow mantra. And I was never the smartest girl in the room, but I can outwork anybody. I bet I can still do that. And I'm pretty sure I learned to do that here. So to our students today, the aspiring professionals in the room, I urge you to seize every opportunity for experiential learning here at Murrow. There's so much of it. Engage with the mentors. We've been doing that today, and alumni. We are absolutely all here to help you. We'll link with you. Hit us up. And never underestimate the power of networking, because someone you meet today might be your boss tomorrow. And hopefully, right? So as a member of the Murrow Board and the Foundation Board of Directors, I also want to thank the alumni present here today for your ongoing support of our college. Whether it's through your mentorship or philanthropy, your contributions are instrumental in helping us launch career-ready individuals. And by the way, that's a selling point for our university. And it keeps us competitive and on top of our game. Do I sound like a seller? Yes. Now to my family, my husband Dan, who traveled from Michigan with me to Pullman this week. My son Tim and my daughter-in-law Alyssa are watching from Boston. And my good friends and good Cougs, Rod and Leslie Balsley, who drove down from northern Idaho to join us today. And then I've got a special group. I don't know if you noticed a group of, well, we might even say older than middle-aged women in front of the Cougar Pride statue, no pun intended. But those are the hens, and we've been friends for 47 years here, and we still are thick as thieves. So I want to thank all of them for cheering me on through multiple career transitions and supporting me in my occasional, or honestly more than occasional, moments of panic. And I want to thank Dean Pinkleton. He's a friend and a mentor here, and the Murrow College and Washington State University for preparing me for a lifetime in the media industry. Thank you, and for this tremendous award. Thank you, and go Cougs.
As we noted earlier, this year we've expanded our Hall of Achievement recognition to include a service category. The Service Award recognizes individuals who are not alumni, but who have made a profound contribution to Murrow College. And I can't think of a more appropriate inaugural honoree for this category than Glenn Johnson, and I doubt anybody in this room would disagree with that statement. Glenn has been a true pillar of Washington State University and a steadfast advocate for education, public service, and community engagement. With a distinguished career spanning 35 years as a Murrow College professor and a notable career as a broadcast news professional before this, Glenn has inspired thousands of students. He has an enduring legacy of excellence and passion for journalism, media production, media management, and communication. As the longest-serving mayor in Pullman's history, Glenn's commitment to public service and community leadership is unparalleled. Glenn's direction has transformed the city's landscape from infrastructure projects to regional partnerships. His service on numerous boards and commissions, including the Association of Washington Cities and the Community Colleges of Spokane, reflects his deep commitment to advancing the common good. Although perhaps most well known for being the voice of the Cougs, Glenn's true legacy is reflected in the impact his students have made on journalism throughout our nation. Congratulations, Glenn, and thank you for your lifetime of service and leadership to Washington State University. Please join me in watching this video tribute to Glenn.
Hi, I'm Glenn Johnson, and I'm part of the Murrow Hall of Achievement for 2024. When I was at UCLA, I did a report for a journalism class that I had, journalism as literature, that was taught by the book critic of the LA Times, and I did it on Ed Murrow and the literature of Ed Murrow and all this. So I knew about WSC at the time, WSU. WSU's got a great broadcast reputation, and the Keith Jackson and all the others. There was an ad for managing the radio station here at KWSU, and didn't hear anything much from Pullman. Then I got a call from the director of the school, at that time, just communications department. He says, well, he said, they've changed the direction of the radio job. They're going to have something different. But we do have an opening to teach. So we looked at it and said, okay. And I said, now tell me about the equipment you have to teach these courses. A 3/4-inch deck, portable, and a camera that needed power. Yeah, an AC power. I think we have a budget. I can buy some extension cords, and everything we can do is within 150 feet of power. And that's how we started. My philosophy coming up from California and working the business, it was to give students as much practical experience as possible.
The picture around Mount St. Helens today is one of devastation.
So we had an 8 o'clock class that morning. Mount St. Helens hit on Sunday. I'm in my class at 8 o'clock. I had to walk up to campus. I wasn't about to ruin my car. We were probably about 20 minutes into class when someone comes running down and says, hey, classes have been canceled. Okay, and I looked at the full class. Class is canceled. Well, I see opportunities.
We have in the studio with us at this time 2 geologists from Washington State University.
We did a whole program on Monday night, and so all the students got a chance to see what it was like to do a live show, some parts recorded, when they thought they were just going to come to class and we're going to talk about things. I says, no, we got an opportunity here, let's do it. My first class that I ever taught here, I think I had 5 students in TV news. And then it got to the point where we were generally running about 18 to 19 every semester. Students will come up to me and say, well, I didn't go into broadcasting afterwards. And I said, yeah, but look what you're doing. You're successful in this particular insurance field. One happened to be a minister. You're doing all these kinds of great things. And you all profited from that TV news class because you had all that, experience just talking to the public.
Something that makes WSU special in the minds of many is its closeness as a community.
When I get an award for service to the community and elsewhere, that's really special. When I first started teaching here, I got contacted by the mayor and the city supervisor. Hey, we just did a bond issue to build a new police station. We really need it. We understand you've got some communications experience. Would you possibly serve as a co-chair? This is early 80s. And so I got students involved with it. We made a videotape of what the old police station was like. It was absolutely horrible, but we knew people wouldn't come through a police station to say, oh yeah, this is horrible. I don't even want to get close to a police station. So we used the public access channel. And sure enough, after it had been defeated before, we got 74% approval. It's been a joy to be part of the whole community and to know all the different things that I've had a hand on, we've worked together on. It was tough when we first moved here, but I'll tell you, it was the best decision we could have ever made.
Wow. So congratulations to all the previous recipients, Tiffany and Tom and Liz. And Liz, I want you to know that even in my communications management class, I shared with them probably about the 4th week on, here are the salaries of what people earn in production, in news, and then I always called some friends in the business, here's what you're making in sales. And it was amazing how many people would sit back and say, you know, I hadn't thought of sales before, but I always brought in a guest speaker from sales. They understood, number one, where the money comes from, and 2, if you really want to make money in this biz and have that nice car, yeah, okay, sales works pretty nice. But, and I was on the streets selling too in my broadcast career. But I, first of all, want to thank Dean Bruce and the crew that created this service award, and especially for those who may not have graduated from WSU. 35 years, though, I think you get some credit, for being here. And now I'm on my 43rd year of announcing Cougar games. And that's another. Yeah, okay. Now I feel like I'm home, okay. But when I first started, and I told Bruce this, because I got involved in helping the city in terms of the police station, and then I got on the Chipman Trail and tried to help others in the community, that my first chair actually downgraded my annual review because I was doing too many things in service for the community as opposed to serving on university committees. And I told him, I said, I've been on a few university committees, and I actually like to get things done. I'm sorry, but But then I got a new boss, and that's Director Alex Tan, who came here today. And Alex, let's give Alex a hand. When we talk about the Murrow College, Alex was working on that long before we finally got it. And what a refreshing boss Alex Tan was. And it was just a joy to work with. But Again, just working with students all these years, Kathy and I have talked about it, and I definitely want to say thank you, Kathy, for moving with me. She's the actual one. You should give her applause right now, because she's the one that said, you're not seeing your kids grow up, and let's get out of Sacramento, let's get to a smaller community. And sure enough, we did. It was a financial struggle, yes, from what we were doing there, but in the long term, again, like I said there, best decision we could have ever made. I'm happy I saw what they edited, so I knew what to talk about maybe now, but really not. But anyway, it's been a pleasure to be here, to be part of this university. As when you go through your doctorate, I finished up University of Iowa. And yes, we have a fantastic women's basketball team with Caitlin Clark and in the Final Four. So just thought I'd mention that, because Iowa doesn't get much anytime. We do this year. But, when you go to all these other universities, you don't see the kind of collaboration and the friendship that you see at WSU. And I know when we went to the Rose Bowl games, you saw Cougs saying, go Cougs, go, to each other. You didn't see that from Oklahoma or Michigan. They were like, whatever. But, of course, they had been there a lot more than we had. But, when you see people, Kathy and I were in Europe, and someone said, hey, go Cougs. And we've seen it in Alaska, and someone yelled out the window, and that's another. I'm going like, oh, great, that's super. But this is just a large family, and we're all together on this. And it's just been a pleasure to be part of that from a service standpoint. When some people ask me, I said, you're going to, as you retired out of City Hall. Incidentally, 5 elections and no opponent. In this day and age, that's pretty darn good, yeah. So anyway, they said, are you going to leave? I said, why should I leave? This is a fantastic community, and it's been great to have a hand in the airport and the hospital and everything else along the way that makes us a better community. So again, thank you for the honor. Thank you for creating the service award. I know we have a ton of people who have great qualifications for this award in the future. And again, to the Hall of Achievement Award winners, thank you very much. And as always, go Cougs!
All right, thank you so much, Glenn. Enjoyed that. Congratulations to all of our HOA inductees. I am so tired, and so I really am. But how could you not be just completely inspired by that? I mean, seriously, it's such a privilege to be the Dean of the College of Communication. I'm just really incredibly grateful for the culture that we've created here, and for the outstanding people that Murrow College has attracted, both students, faculty, and staff. So please join me in congratulating our 2024 Class of Hall of Achievement inductees one more time. Thank you, and thank you, Mary Grace and HOA committee members. Really do appreciate your hard work on this. And we have a lot more hard work to do. We have a lot of people we could be inducting. Thinking about this, we need to step it up a little bit. But congratulations again to Tom, Tiffany, Liz, and Glenn. You have received a most deserved recognition. So Butch, please join me on stage. Where are you at, Butch? All right, here we go. Right on. All right. All right. Ouch. Love that attire you're wearing there. You look good. All right. So we're going to draw 3 winners for today's passport game, assisted by a Murrow graduate, student, and alum, Brianna Perry. Brianna, come on up. All right. I should tell you that Brianna designed the graphic elements of the symposium. So the Illuminate, the Power of Untold Stories, that's her design that you're looking at, and very talented a graphic artist. So, all right, are we ready? Okay. So Butch is going to draw out 3 winners with Brianna's help here.
All right.
You want to use this one?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. You bet.
Okay, let's do this. I know all of you spent a lot of time listening to all the amazing things that everyone who created posters and presented today. So excited to see who won some of these really awesome goodie bags that we've created with a lot of fun swag. You got one? There's a lot to choose from here, guys. Let's see. All right, so we've got number one. Let's see whose name is on here. Kelly Weber? Kelly Weber? Are you here? Are you in the room? Woo! Yay! Awesome. Here you go. Congratulations. All right, and then next we have Maggie Tolson. Maggie Tolson. Way to go. Okay, and last and finally, for today we have Catherine Robinson Tay. Oh, Katie, where are you at? Are you here? Oh, is Katie here? Oh, maybe she's not here. We might have to draw another name. Snuck out early. Okay, let's see. You're gonna make me pick a hand? Let's do this one right here. Okay. Right. Oh. Alexandra Phil. Are you here? Another grad student. Okay, let's see. All right, Letty. Letty's not here. Okay. Well, they're all like three musketeers. So that's all we have so far, guys. We're going to be drawing more names tomorrow morning. So if you want to, right after this event, or you should go back there and listen to all of the great work that we have, all the research, the student organizations, the experiential learning opportunities that we have here. Get your card stamped, put it in the bucket, because there's a good chance you'll win a nice goodie bag here. But yeah, like I said, hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we have Doug Thielen, I believe, a breakfast keynote. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. Thank you guys for spending the day with us, and get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Butch and Brianna. I'm supposed to say if you didn't win today, don't despair, but I don't think there's a problem there. So there's a lot of opportunity. Still time to complete your passport and enter to win some fabulous prizes. Our next drawing is tomorrow at 9 o'clock, the opening keynote with Doug Thielen. It's time to wrap things up here, but the symposium is far from over. Please stay and enjoy some light refreshments while you walk through this student showcase and research expo located in the back of the room. Thank you for coming, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the Murrow Symposium starting 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the words of Edward R. Murrow, good night and good luck.